please settle down. The delegates who are still outside, may I request you all to please come take your seats. We are starting the program in a very short while.
Check. Check one.
As Dr. Mudgeshan has said, we are starting out on the technical sessions just now because of our moving the inaugural session to around 12:30 because of the entering assembly going on. So we will start the session now. Possibly we'll have 2 sessions before the start of the inaugural session. And you might be all thinking that this is such a common topic which is being dealt almost every month at some part of the country. But the fact of the matter is has to be dealt with to sensitize people over time. Because this is a topic which is gaining urgency besides the various tussles going around the world geopolitically. Besides that, this is the only trending topic and important to all. So I request you all to contribute to the conference so that we can have, significant takeaways from the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for those wonderful words of welcome and for setting the context. That speaks a lot about the insight of the host team in organizing something as special as this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, time to begin the first technical session. I'll once again request everyone to keep your mobile phones in silent mode. And the first technical session is on climate change vision of India. We have befitting chairperson and speakers for this first technical session of the day. The chairperson for this session is Dr. S.N. Satpathy, former advisor, Ministry of EFCC, Government of India. He has more than 38 years of experience, including environmental research, ozone layer protection, climate change governance and action. He has a PhD degree in environmental pollution from University of Berhampur. He was former director climate change of Ministry of EFCC, former senior technical advisor UNDP. Our speakers for this session, Dr. V.K. Soni, DDG, India Meteorological Department. He has a PhD from Savitribai Phule Pune University, MSc from IIT Roorkee, having more than 78 publications and more than 300 papers as co-authors, has been working with IMD since 1999. Our next speaker, Ms. Avantika Goswami, Program Manager, Center for Science and Environment, having more than a decade's experience across the public, private and non-profit sectors and professional engagements in India and countries like US, UK, Ireland and Maldives. She has background in economics and started her career in management consulting before pivoted to studying sustainability. And our last speaker for this technical session, Dr. Arvind Mishra, Chairperson, Development and Environment Future Trust and a Senior Fellow, World Resources Institute, India. He has a PhD degree in applied econometrics from Sambalpur University, Orissa, MA in economics from Utkal University, Orissa, was the Dean, Faculty of Policy and Planning at the TERI University. May I request the chairperson and speakers to please join us on stage. And everyone, let's give a round of applause to the first technical session. The guests are absolutely enlightened. May I request all of you to join us on stage. It's time to give a floral welcome to the dignitaries on the dais. So may I request hostesses to please present bouquets of fresh flowers. We at Odisha have this very beautiful concept and tradition of giving special welcome to special dignitaries. And the day begins with this technical session. So we'll not miss the opportunity to invite the dignitaries on stage with bouquets of fresh flowers. Welcome on stage, gentlemen, lady. And may I request the chairperson to please take the proceedings of the session forward. So.
Thank you, Madam. Namaskar. Good morning to all, my dear friends. And I'm grateful to the organizer, State Pollution Control Board and Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute for giving me this opportunity to discuss something about climate change in the context of steel industry. And here we have three senior experts as panel member. Already they have been introduced and their background and their expertise have been informed to all of you. Accordingly, it will be helpful for you to interact during the discussion. And here as a chairperson, my job is to introduce the subject. What we are talking today, climate change. If you need, I can, presentation. Okay. We have to know, there is, the word change is there added to the climate. We have to segregate these two. Change is a universal phenomenon and is not static, it is a dynamic process. Everything is changing. We cannot stay in the same place for even 1 second when change is happening. If we go back to the history, 20 million years ago, when Homo, the first human organism was generated, change started till 350,000, the arrival of Homo sapien species, what we are today. And mostly the industrial, the civilization, when it increased, particularly 10,000 years ago, because of the agricultural practice, climate, some changes happened to the atmosphere and weather pattern of the universe. That's why we started feeling that there was some change. And the changes are happening currently. It is because of the impact of industrial revolution, which started from the mid-17th century till 20th century end. And mostly the revolution resulted use of coal and deforestation. And because of the coal use and deforestation, greenhouse gas are emitted because of the human activities to the atmosphere. And the first abrupt change was noticed in 1830, that something is changing in the atmosphere. What we know today is human influence climate change. Thereafter, in 1972, when this in Stockholm, Environment and Human and Environment Conference was held, the then Prime Minister, Ms. Gandhi, was there. Of course, during that period, there was no discussion about the climate change, but the emphasis was given on environment and human health. And poverty was highlighted. The environment degradation and poverty are going hand in hand. And thereafter, Government of India, you must have noticed, there was an amendment to our constitution. The environment was introduced. That is 43 amendment or something that I don't remember exactly. And it was introduced in 51G article of our constitution, that every state and union and states, they have a responsibility for protecting environment, conserving natural resources and water, even at state level. Further, it has percolated to panchayat level through our Panchayati Raj rules, something was there. And it started from 72. The next event in 1992, in Rio conference, 3 conventions were adopted, which were of similar nature. One is United Nations framework on climate change, and another is biodiversity, and another is desertification. All 3 are interrelated. We cannot segregate, only deal with biodiversity excluding desertification and climate change, or desertification excluding these 2. We cannot segregate, but these 3 are 3 different conventions or to deal with different issues. And here mostly UNFCCC is dealing with your atmospheric aspects. Here I would like to inform you that prior to 1992, there was another convention, Vienna Convention for Protection of Ozone Layer, followed by Montreal Protocol on Substance that deplete the ozone layer. Why Montreal Protocol is important even today, because all the refrigerant and other gases what we were using as chemical, using chemicals for different purposes like refrigeration, foam blowing, then your cleaning, fire extinguisher, all these things were used. And these are all ozone depleting substances as well as greenhouse gases. That's why the first climate issue was addressed through Montreal Protocol. And here it is relevant to steel industry. In 2002, I remember when I was in Montreal looking after Montreal Protocol, all steel industry, they have been provided financial assistance to phase out carbon tetrachloride from their cleaning process. That was first step of decarbonization in the term of greenhouse gases. But now, in the basket of 6, CTC was not included. It was, since it was dealt by Montreal Protocol, that's why it was not considered under UNFCCC. And after 1992, the UNFCCC convention mandated all parties to initiate action to stabilize the greenhouse gases and to prevent all adverse impact and allow the system naturally to be adapted. This was a direction to all parties or all countries to initiate action following the common but differentiated responsibility or respective capability and national circumstances. And in Article 4, all the commitments were highlighted. And there are several other articles in the convention to support all these activities. Article 6, they mandated to have awareness, research, all these things. Then Article 11, financial provision. There are so many things. Thereafter, in 1997, Kyoto Protocol was adopted. That was an approach, bottom-up approach, that a developed country first to phase out certain amount of 5% of their consumption of 1990 level. But unfortunately, this mechanism was not successful. Of course, it was completely ended in 2020. Thereafter, the Paris Agreement, what we had in 2015, the ambition of global community was to have an legally binding commitment through international process on all parties. Somehow, this was not materialized, but Paris Agreement came into, it was adopted with a provision that, okay, let us limit the temperature level to 2 degrees or less than that, at least 1.5 degree. This was the commitment, this was the objective of Paris Agreement in Article 2. And one new article was adopted in Article 7, where it was Paris Agreement encouraged it to initiate or to take adaptation actions to fulfill the global adaptation goal. Still, this issue is under discussion. Then loss and damage was also highlighted because of climate change. When the limit is crossed beyond adaptation limit, then loss and damage has been addressed. But still, there is a fund announced, but the mechanisms are still being evolved. And the amount what it was earmarked last year, it is only 400 million. How these things will be addressed, let us see. And then how India is aiming at, how it has started. Up to 2007, India never inclined to have any targets or any commitment. But based on our scientific findings, which was submitted in 2002 as initial national communication, India prepared its National Action Plan on Climate Change, having 8 missions addressing 3 issues. One is mitigation, adaptation, and capacity enhancement. And later on, three new missions were added. One is coastal protection and health, and another transport missions. All these missions, initially, the enhanced energy efficiency mission and solar missions, they were not directly mitigation, but to assist the reduce the greenhouse gas emission. But the transport mission, it is addressing primarily to reduce the use of fossil fuels. And in 2009, again, all states, they have initiated preparing their state action plan, taking into account the respective priorities and goals. And 2016, again, all states, they have initiated step to update it. Immediately after 2015 Paris Agreement, India has prepared its national determined contribution. And so far, India has achieved significantly out of those main four targets, like 33 to 35% of emission intensity of GDP of 2005 level. We have achieved around 30% or something. And again, the NDC has been updated. Then the updated NDC has taken new goals. And what we are observing at present through financial support in our last budget, there are 6-7 priority areas were highlighted. And what my expectation from this group in the context of industries, how we will enhance the ambition of our future NDC, which will be prepared by 2030. What are all policy action we need to further strengthen, and how existing policies are helping to achieve the NDC goal? And is there any requirement of regulatory measure for smooth implementation or for enforcement of our targets, which will be envisaged in our future NDC? That we can discuss. And one more issue, since it is very specific to steel industry, as steel industry is a major contributor of GHG because of coal use, how this industry will be decarbonized. And at the same time, this is very large industry having large network, how these industries will be resilient to climate change, that we may also discuss in addition to our existing scope of discussion. Now, I would like to request our first panelist, Dr. V.K. Soni, DDG, India Meteorological Department. Since he is from the climate side, not climate change, I would like to request him to highlight how the future climate is going to be and how it will accelerate the changes. If in the absence of any measures, or in the presence of any measure, presence of all these measures what we are anticipating, and the scenarios these have been developed by IPCC. Thank you. And floor is now Dr. Soni.
Good morning. So, India Meteorological Department is monitoring weather since 1875. So this 15th of January, we completed 150 years. And, but meteorological observations started much earlier than that. And right from 1901, systematic measurements started over Indian region. And 2008, we all know that this National Action Plan on Climate Change was announced. Under that, 8 missions were there. 8th mission is on strategic knowledge, and under that mission, India Meteorological Department and Ministry of Earth Sciences was mandated to provide the climate data and reliable climate information. So we are assessing the climate change scenario over Indian region, and if we see that right from 1901 to till date, the temperature over Indian region has gone up by 0.64 degrees centigrade per 100 years. Maximum temperature is rising much faster at a rate of 1 degree centigrade per 100 year, minimum temperature by 0.28 degree centigrade per 100 year. While globally the rate of change is about 1.12 degree centigrade per 100 years, mean temperature rise. So it is global uh, trend is much higher as compared to that over Indian region. Basically, the tropical region shows much less warming as compared to the polar region. So that's why this difference is there. But of course, the uh, global warming is there over uh, Indian region as well as over global. Over Indian region also, a part is experienced, particularly the Himalayan region is experiencing much higher warming as compared to the other region. And there are still some pockets over Indian region where there is no trend or some cooling trend is also there. Uh, in normal world, actually, the weather events are normally distributed. And in warming world, these normal pattern shift towards higher temperature, and then because of that, the weather extremes increases. So you experience more heat waves, more hotter days, extreme rainfall events. So these are the consequences of hotter weather. As far as rainfall is concerned, there is almost no trend over Indian region. But there are epochs, different epochs when there are increasing trend or decreasing trend over Indian region. And one thing that we are noticing over Indian region is the increase in extreme rainfall events. Although the total rainfall remains almost same, but you receive a higher amount of rainfall within a short span of time, leading to the more flood events and more disastrous events. So uh, these, these extreme weather events are consequences of the climate change over Indian region. Then other weather events like tropical cyclones we see, there is no change in the number trends, but the cyclones are becoming more and more intense. Intensity is increasing all over the globe, not only over the Indian Ocean. Then the uh, IMD is producing a large number of climate information. IMD is also a regional climate center for South Asian region. So we are not only providing the climate information over Indian region, but also taking care of all the South Asian countries, neighboring countries. And uh, but in 2014 there was a forecast that projection was there that the temperature over global temperature will rise by 3.5 to 4 degrees centigrade. But now there is a glimmer of hope that this temperature can be limited up to 2.5 degrees centigrade. And I can say that 1.5 degrees centigrade is not impossible, but can be achieved if, but require a lot of efforts. And another interesting thing is that the green energy is becoming more and more cheaper as compared to the fossil fuel energy. And there are many countries which showed economic growth while taking the sustainable development path. So there is no relation between the growth and growth as well as if you take care of the climate. So with this, I'll stop here. And
Thank you, Dr. Soni. Here I would like to inform that Dr. Soni and IMD is very essential organization and individual to have information, because as I mentioned that steel industry need to enhance its resilience, and for enhancing resilience you need information from IMD. That's why we cannot live without their information, and they will be guiding us. And nowadays, India's IMD's prediction and projections are very accurate and recognized at international level. And I will request now Mrs. Avantika Goswami, Program Manager, and she is from Center for Science and Environment. And you know, Science and Environment is one of the largest think tank in India. And they are actively participating not only climate change, all aspects of socio-economic, environmental, sustainability, sustainable development, all issues, but she will be now focusing on mainly how environment science is relating to climate change, awareness, and research. Then what strategy a think tank like CSE employ under their leadership to guide the national, subnational, and industrial stakeholders. And she will also give her opinion or some thought or some key message to our industry stakeholders how to proceed in future.
Thank you very much, sir. And good morning to everybody. My name is Avantika Goswami. I am the program manager in the climate change program at CSE. As many of you might be aware, CSE is a 43-year-old think tank based in New Delhi, conducting research and advocacy on multiple environmental areas, one of them being climate change, but other areas such as industrial pollution, municipal solid waste, water management, and other related areas. So typically my presentations, when I am speaking to industry stakeholders, what I really try to do is talk about why this whole urgency of climate mitigation, decarbonization, why does this really exist? What is creating this pressure, this top-down pressure on industry? Because let's face it, decarbonization for industry is a huge inconvenience. You have to undertake capital investments in new types of technology. You have to invest in energy efficiency. You have to look at fuel switching. You have to look at a number of different interventions that are changing your current mode of operation. So it's a huge inconvenience, to all types of industry, particularly to what we call the hard-to-abate sectors, such as iron and steel, cement, aluminium, and so on. So I'll try to set a little bit of macro context on why this pressure is being created. And I'll talk a little bit about, Sir has already spoken briefly about what India is doing. I'll add some more details on the path that India is on currently, and hopefully that will help frame the remaining technical discussions in this conference. So I'll start off with the science. So the IPCC, the UN's climate science body, recently concluded its 6th assessment cycle. And in this cycle, they collate all the latest climate research around the world and publish it in a series of 3 reports, 4 reports if you count the final synthesis report. And the world's foremost climate scientists today are completely confident that we have crossed very dangerous levels, thresholds of concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So current concentration of carbon dioxide is 419 parts per million. And the last level that was deemed safe was 350 parts per million. Scientists are also confident that almost 100% of this excess emission of greenhouse gases has been caused by human-driven activities. So mainly the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, natural gas, as well as deforestation. And all of this has led to what we are seeing, as from IMD mentioned, we are seeing increasing extreme weather events. So unreliable rainfall patterns, prolonged heat waves, extreme flooding, more intense cyclones. So this unpredictable weather and extreme weather events are a consequence. They are linked to climate change. What the IPCC is saying now is that without rapid, deep, and sustained mitigation and increased accelerated adaptation actions, losses and damages will continue to increase and will disproportionately affect the most vulnerable populations. So all the harmful impacts we are seeing today are only likely to get worse if we don't actively work to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. So the IPCC has given a suggestion, kind of based on their modeling, that we need to cut global emissions by 43% by 2030 compared to 2019 if we are going to rein in, control global warming to safe levels. So we need to cut emissions by almost half. And this is going to take contributions from every economic sector, from industry to the power sector, to the agricultural sector, waste sector, and so on. So even the pledges that are made today by countries, as Sir was mentioning, the Paris Agreement is a greenhouse gas reduction treaty under which countries have made pledges to cut emissions. Even if those pledges are being implemented, the UNFCCC has found that we will only reduce emissions by 2% lower by 2030. That's the present scenario today, so countries need to do a lot more to cut emissions. Recently in Dubai last year, COP28 was the annual climate summit which takes place. It's been taking place every year since 1995, where about 200 countries get together to discuss ways to reduce emissions and also promote climate adaptation and also talk about climate finance. So COP28 in Dubai was significant for a number of reasons. You may have read in the news that for the first time, fossil fuels was recognized in a UN climate text as being one of the major causes for climate change. Now, the science for this has been known for decades, but COP and the UNFCCC, it's a political process where governments come together and discuss climate issues, and they have to agree on all the language that is produced in the final decision text. So about 200 countries finally, after 30 years of climate negotiations, agreed that we need to transition away from fossil fuels in energy systems in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. Also in the final decision text, it was decided that globally, we will try to triple the renewable energy installed capacity by 2030, and we will also try to double the annual rate of energy efficiency efforts. So these are global targets that have been set. Of course, those of you who are aware of how climate justice works, rich, wealthy countries who have emitted much more greenhouse gas emissions, they should take the lead. They should do a lot more. They should decarbonize their industry, decarbonize their energy systems. But the fact is that today, developing countries, particularly countries like India, we cannot really afford to sit back and not address our emissions. It's really in our own self-interest to be proactive and contribute to global emission reduction efforts, of course, with enough international support. So India has a very crucial role to play, particularly in this remaining decade. Now that the COP process has recognized fossil fuels, there will be more and more increasing pressure on countries to shift to cleaner sources of energy and decarbonize their energy systems. This conference is a technical conference. You will be discussing plenty of solutions, particularly in the industrial space. The IPCC has put out in one of its latest reports that mitigation solutions, the technologies, are widely available across every possible economic sector, be it energy, be it agriculture, be it buildings, be it transport. So globally, climate change mitigation solutions are affordable, They do have some regional variations in terms of cost, but the technologies that we need, be it solar, be it wind, be it electrification of various urban systems, all of these technologies are available to us. This is something that scientists agree on today. So, as I mentioned, India is a big part of this equation, and first and foremost, we need to focus on India's climate vulnerability. The Ministry of Earth Sciences' latest report from 2020 shows that India's surface air temperature has increased by 0.7 degrees Celsius between 1901 and 2018. At a whole continental scale, or even at a planetary scale, even these small increases in temperature are huge. The consequences will be extremely harmful. Climate and weather extremes are increasing multiple social problems, one of them being displacement and climate-induced migration. 9,29,000 people were displaced in India alone in 2020 due to extreme weather events. And we are also looking at potential GDP losses across various economic sectors due to climate-related impacts. And this is likely to affect the industrial sector as well eventually. This is some research that my colleagues at CSE and our affiliate publication Down to Earth, they have been putting out for the past 2 years. They have compiled an extreme weather database in which they are documenting every single extreme weather event that is occurring in India on a daily and monthly basis, and publishing an online, freely accessible database to visualize these trends. And their analysis for last year, for January to June 2023, showed that India experienced an extreme weather event for 86% of the days in 2023, which almost equates to a disaster a day. So we are an extremely climate vulnerable, climate risked country. If we look at emissions, historically speaking, India is a very small contributor, and I think this knowledge is quite widely known by now. So the graph on the left shows you that only 7 countries are responsible for more than 60% of historical carbon dioxide emissions. India is the small green section, which is only about 3%. So we are a very small contributor to the climate problem, and that is why at climate forums, India has typically talked about the need for equity, climate justice, the need for rich countries to take the lead in climate action. Even today, India is the 4th largest emitter of carbon dioxide emissions, accounting for 7% of global annual emissions. So despite being the most populous country today, we are still not the largest emitter in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. This is the latest greenhouse gas inventory for 2019, which is published by the MOEFCC, and it shows that for India on a sectoral level, the energy sector is responsible for more than 75% of our country's annual greenhouse gas emissions, followed by the agricultural sector at 13% and industrial processes at 8.4%. The energy sector also has a component of industrial energy use, which is counted under the energy sector. If you look at a sub-item breakdown, the graph on the right, the MOEFCC shows us that about 40% of our emissions are coming from the power sector, so electricity production. So even though today we are the 4th highest country in terms of renewable power installed capacity, even then, 73% of our power is generated from coal today, and we are extremely coal dependent, which continues to be a major challenge for us. Other major areas of emissions are road transport, enteric fermentation from livestock, as well as various industrial sectors. In the industrial sectors, iron and steel and cement are the major emitting sectors. But from a climate action perspective, as the first presentation also showed us, India is extremely proactive. So in 2015, we submitted the first pledge or promise to the Paris Agreement under the UNFCCC. And this is known as the first NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution, which is another word for the climate pledge that countries have made. So India pledged to reduce emissions intensity of its economy, to have 40% of installed power capacity from non-fossil sources, and to create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 gigatons by increasing forest and tree cover. In 2021 and 2022, India updated this pledge and made it more ambitious. So the first two targets were increased to be 45% emission reduction of GDP and 50% of non-fossil power capacity. So we increased ambition in the pledges that we made. The latest update shows that India is on track to achieve these targets. So in December 2023, the MOEFCC made an updated submission to the UNFCCC to show that we had reduced emissions intensity of our GDP by 33% between 2005 and 2019 and installed 41% non-fossil power capacity as of December 2023. So we are on track to achieve these climate targets, but of course at a domestic sectoral level, multiple challenges still remain. I won't spend a lot of time on this since I'm running out of time, but basically the CEA's projections for the power sector, which is our biggest emitter, shows that we are on track to exceed our target of 50% installed non-fossil power capacity by 2030. The CEA projects that we will have 64% of non-fossil power capacity installed by 2030. Of course, what's important to note here is that in absolute terms, coal-based generation as well as capacity is likely to increase because we do have increasing energy needs as a developing country. But what is interesting is that CEA projects that solar and wind power, both in terms of capacity and generation, will increase by 4 times by 2030. So we are growing clean energy, zero carbon energy on a huge scale. We have a number of climate policies. What I think the previous two speakers spoke about the national action plans, the state action plans as well. But even if you look at a sectoral level, there are a number of different initiatives that are ongoing. For the power sector, we have our NDC target, we have renewable purchase obligations, we have a number of other initiatives. For the industrial sector, we had the PAT scheme, which was operational. Now there's going to be a domestic carbon market for heavy emitting industries. There's also a task force to define green steel. So a number of initiatives are in play across different sectors. What we definitely believe is that the next right step will be, we believe that the next right step will be to develop clear sector-based mitigation plans that will be complementary to all the different policies that are already existing in the sectors. We have an NDC, which is a top-down target, but creating clear bottom-up sectoral climate mitigation plans would create clear policy signals for industry in terms of what direction the government is also going. It will also harness multiple co-benefits for us, both in terms of economic benefits, social benefits, avoiding the worst impacts of the climate crisis. Of course, all of these mitigation efforts that India is trying in this decade and beyond will require international support. And this is my last slide, where basically we need to recognize that we are in great need of financing, technology transfer, and capacity building support. This should come from developed countries, but a lot of it currently is being domestically financed. Today, only 1/4 of India's financing needs for its NDC or the climate pledge are being met. So financing has to be scaled up tremendously. And this is really what India should also be demanding at global climate forums. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your detailed presentation on scientific aspect of climate change with all valuable suggestions for mitigation. And recently concluded COP28, they discussed the progress made so far, that is a global stock take based on the scientific information, and they concluded that things are not happening as it was required to meet the target. And at the same time, I will request all steel industry people that what suggestion he has given or what literature is advising you to do take mitigation mitigation action to decarbonize. Again, Article 4 of Paris Agreement also emphasizes that you need to take all adaptation measures, and most of the adaptation measures will have mitigation impact, mitigation effect. So like if you are conserving water, you are saving energy also. If you are avoiding cooling demand, you are saving energy as well as your refrigerant. This is the way things are happening in large industry like steel industry. And again, there is one aspect. The government of India has submitted a document that is on long-term low emission growth trajectory. There, the things are, 5 elements are there, which are useful for steel industry as well. And now I would request to Dr. Arvind Mishra, and about him it was mentioned while he was introduced. And he is also, he has 3 different types of caps. He was in the TERI as think tank, again he was in a teaching professional, then ICIMOD as an economist to evaluate, assess the mountain region's impact. And now he will be with us to explain how the socio-economic aspects and the climate science and the policy issues are beneficial to industry like steel industry in both way, to make it resilient and to make it smart. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Dr. Satpathy. Jai Jagannath, Swosti. This is Climate Change Vision of India. Thank you. सेटा जूटा बाहर करते रहो जूटा बाहर करते रहो सेटा yes okay so 2005 when I started my intellectual journey into climate change domain, I was in TERI, the Energy and Resources Institute. IPCC was in the middle of doing its 4th assessment report, and the 4th assessment report actually brought climate change into the limelight. 2007, IPCC, that report was released and IPCC received the Nobel Prize. So 2005, when I was starting my intellectual journey, whatever interaction I was having with the community, the farmers in my village, my neighbors, the understanding about climate change was negligible, almost nil. 18 years after 2005, 2023, how many of you will agree that when we get out of this room, conference room, and discuss with a common person in the street, how many of them really understand what climate change is about, what climate action is all about, and what India's climate vision is all about? How much of that action that is happening at the global level, in policy domain, in practice domain, as you as the industry stakeholders leading that action in the practice domain, how much of that has really translated to a narrative on the ground? A biggest indicator, the biggest indicator that it has not percolated to the common man's narrative is that it has not yet come into the political discourse. If you look at climate, the political parties' election manifestos, it's surprising that the biggest threat that mankind is facing today, the biggest risk that mankind is facing today in the form of climate change impacts, you find it rarely mentioned in election manifestos. How many election manifestos, how many political parties really speak about climate change, taking action on climate change? And that's the biggest indicator that climate change narrative is yet to take roots on the ground. Yet to, the common person is yet to understand what exactly the kind of climate action would be required that would touch his or her aspects of life and lifestyle. So today's presentation, my presentation would be, how do we build a narrative? How is this all adding up? Net zero, decarbonization, your renewable energy, in scaling up capacity, how is this all adding up as towards building a narrative that we can take to the common people? In fact, when I look at this audience, this is a very informed audience. I don't need to explain. And with Google and artificial intelligence, your ChatGPT being there is no point in actually throwing numbers at you. It's all available. How do we make sense of all this together? What's the big picture? Can we, in your workplaces, can you, after like a week's time, after a month's time, can you put up a board saying that my industry has a workforce that is all climate literate? My industry has a workplace that is climate resilient. If that is done, a big step is taken forward. So can we together form a narrative building? So today's my attempt would be try to bring all this together. And the structure of that narrative, the way I see it, I use the metaphor of a journey, because all talks about India's vision. Vision is into the future. So we are taking a journey into the future. 2070 is far ahead. We're now in 2024. So it's like 46 years ahead of a journey in time. So what's that destination going to look like? 2070, how is that world going to look like with all the efforts that we are doing now around renewable energy, around cutting down emissions intensity of India's GDP? How is that future going to look like? And number two, if we are going to reach that destination, what's the road before us? Or what are the many roads before us? Because there are multiple pathways. It's like many pathways leading to the mountain peak. And what are the vehicles on the road? Which are the vehicles that are available to us to take that journey on the road? And finally, what should we be cautious about? Because when you are taking a journey, there will be diversions, there will be distractions, there will be dead ends. You take a road, you reach a dead end. There will be decoys, a false signboard that takes you on a different kind of a road that is not required to be taken. And there will also be shortcuts, some positive shortcuts. So what kind of information do we have right now to be used as a map for that journey? So what are the dead ends? And here is the uncertainty, because climate change is all about uncertainty. Climate action is also all about uncertainty. How do we deal with that uncertainty or known unknowns, unknown unknowns? 2019, COVID came as an unknown unknown. Now, COVID is like a known unknown. We now know that these kind of pandemics can come. Geopolitics, the way it is changing, it is a known unknown. Now the way geopolitics is happening, now it is quickly becoming a known known. So the risk is, changing. So how do we prepare ourselves for that journey? So let's talk about the destination, the big picture. But it's not only the big picture that comes out in the form of government pronouncements. It's also the micro change that is required to really, make that big picture count. So the four big pillars, the four big prongs, when we are looking at, climate vision of India, the four big prongs. One is net zero by 2070, and it is all coming down to low carbon economy. By 2070, we want to have a low carbon economy. Not a zero carbon economy, by the way. We need some carbon. I always say that we need some carbon. Our body is made of carbon. So let's not talk about zero carbon. So low carbon economy. Tripling of RE capacity by 2050. It's all about energy security. Remember that. It's energy security that we are talking about. And it's going to be all the more important, in the coming years. So how much of that renewable energy capacity we can harness, it's going to be important. Mission life, still understated, not really getting the traction it deserves to get. But mission life is all about sustainable consumption and production. It's all about lifestyle change. It's all about how we can, as a community, contribute to realizing that climate vision that India has. And National Adaptation Plan, it is yet to be formulated. But Paris Agreement speaks about the need for countries to come up with national adaptation plans. So we have national action plans on climate change. We have state action plans on climate change that talk about mitigation and adaptation. But India has to come up with a national adaptation plan. And that's going to inform us what kind of a resilient society we are aiming at. So all the four prongs. and they can be translated into low carbon economy with a secure energy future and sustainable consumption production, resilient society. How this maps onto the needs of an average Indian citizen. An average Indian citizen in 2070 is still going to be concerned about shelter, food, clothing, risk-free living. So all of this is intended to map onto those needs. Basically, you will have your low carbon economy mapping onto good human health, your clean environment, lot of how that air pollution related risks can be removed. Your energy security is expected to take care of your mammoth needs when it comes to public transport in cities, your electricity needs. And resilient society is all about mapping on to needs on livelihoods, disaster risks, food and water security. But in all of this, while the needs are being taken care of by these visions, the citizen also has a responsibility. So it is a reciprocation, because the sustainable consumption production is about what the citizen can do, in what way the citizen can also participate. So it's doing more with less. So it's a kind of a give and take. If we really unpack what the vision is about, it's a compact. It's a contract between the citizens and the state as to what each side can do. And unless that is realized, unless that compact, that understanding is taken to the ground level, your vision will, it is going to be difficult to be achieved. Pathways and vehicles. Key in this, we already have one pathway that is defined, the long-term LTLEDS, the long-term low emission, the strategy, low emission development strategy. So this is the official decarbonization strategy by the government of India that is submitted before the UNFCCC. And that talks about the various measures, about to what extent nuclear energy can be scaled up, to what extent renewable energy can be scaled up, how the bioeconomy can be tapped, particularly when we talk about bringing in biofuels into our transport sector. So this is the main pathway that is there. But along with this also, we have our building blocks like the National Action Plans on Climate Change, your state action plans on climate change, green hydrogen mission, all of this, there is a cooling action plan as industry stakeholders. There is a coalition around the cooling technologies. Apart from that, apart from what we have domestically, we also have the International Solar Alliance and the kind of a grid initiative, One Sun, One World. So these are the kind of initiatives that are already there. So it's going to be more packed. There will be many more vehicles coming on these pathways. It's going to be really crowded. But here, what's important to keep in mind, and the way I have structured, is that it's not only the climate action specific pathways that are going to matter, or the climate action specific elements that are going to matter. The key point that I want to make here in this gathering is that the India's climate vision cannot be distinct from India's development vision or India's socio-economic vision. Climate vision of India has to be necessarily indistinguishable from India's socio-economic vision. So that's the imperative that we need to keep in mind. So when we are talking about climate action, it's not necessarily has to be distinctly climate action labeled as such. It has to be embedded into whatever actions that we take to realize our socio-economic targets, to realize our development targets in our own domains. So even when in an industry domain, we are talking about socio-economic development, we are talking about developing that particular campus, that particular domain, there also climate action can be embedded. And that's where we can bring in community involvement into climate action. I spoke about dead ends, decoys, and diversions, and how to, so how do we avoid this? Particularly the decoys. I'll just close this. Particularly the decoys. Primarily ensuring that the point that I made, that climate action is also serving to achieve development goals, and that no one is left behind. That's the climate justice, the philosophy that we would like to adhere to. The dead ends, this is important, because whatever climate action we take right now, we cannot always expect public finance to limitlessly come into climate action. This is where private finance need to come in. This is where industry has to come in terms of ensuring, and this will ensure that we are not running into a dead end. And how this dead end can arise? 3 areas. One is technology, because technology transfer is proving to be very difficult. So we have to create that domestic capacity in terms of technology. And related to technology is the whole area of intellectual property rights. And this is going to be very critical. Capabilities, institutional capabilities. So these can be areas of dead ends. And to overcome these dead ends, or to be alert to these dead ends, we need your private finance and international climate finance to come in. So India this is a gap where I still feel that India needs to take some action in terms of having an institutional mechanism for mobilizing and managing international climate finance. And then, of course, we have diversions that can emerge. I will just quickly wrap up in terms of shortcuts, particularly technology. Technology is coming up as a disruptor, I would say. And it can be a very positive disruptor if we put it into the right kind of use, space technology, your digitization, and your artificial intelligence. But the big infra push that is happening in India, that also can contribute a lot towards realizing what we have in the climate vision. So ultimately, the final message is that this is what I've already said, that India's climate vision should be indistinguishable from her socio-economic vision. And climate vision has to be citizen-centric, address vulnerabilities, not something to emerge as a response to global drivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arvind, for your elaborative scientific, social, and economic and policy advice to the homogeneous stakeholders present here. And here, again, I am grateful to all 3 panelists. They have given 3 different types of vision, and they have given also appropriate key message for the specific audience. And before concluding, I would like to say that IPCC, again, I am reiterating their views. If today we stop using carbon dioxide or any GHG, the impact will be beyond 2100. And in view of that, this may be a message to this industrial group, which is largely responsible for emission as well as threatened by the climate impact, to prepare their state action plan. And previously, one week back, there was a meeting on decarbonization. There, our honorable member secretary advised to the group that each individual need to prepare your decarbonization and resilient plan so that the state could be could enhance its ambition through state action plan, which will ultimately supplement to the national action plan to achieve the targets given in the NDC, and will also help to determine the future targets for future submission by 2035. Again, I'm thankful to all panelists and the organizers giving us scope to discuss very specifically on climate change, and for this very large industrial group. While concluding also, I am grateful having patience of the audience to listen all these things, and I hope you will all come with your own plan how to make survive and to survive the mankind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers, chairperson, for this wonderful session. May I request someone from the host team to please join us on stage to present tokens of gratitude. May I request the speakers to please join us back on stage for a moment. We have small tokens of gratitude for each one of you. Can we have a round of applause for the session that was so enlightening? We would like to thank the speakers for... I'll request Shri Bijay Kumar Behra to please join us on stage to present memento to the esteemed chairperson and the speakers. Those were words that will be remembered and learned from. Thank you so much, esteemed Chairperson. And the speakers for this absolutely enlightening session. Traditional Angavastra and the Konarka Chakra that Odisha is so proud of. These are small tokens that will remind the dignitaries of this day, this conference, and our love for them. We are once again extremely thankful to Dr. S.N. Satpathy, Dr. K.V. Soni, Ms. Avantika Goswami, and Dr. Aravind Mishra for this absolutely insightful and thought-provoking session. And thank you, Shibera, for doing the honors. There are some special announcements, so may I request our Chief Environmental Engineer, Shri Rabi Narayan Prusti, to do the honor, please.
Namaskar. Good morning to all. As a warm welcome to all of you. Everything has been spoken, just I want to reiterate it. There are 9 technical sessions as mentioned in your program schedule. Each session will comprise of 45 minutes. Of course, there are tea breaks in between. In that 45 minutes of each session, the chairperson of that session will be introduced by our anchor, Shunlagna. Then the chairperson of this session will introduce about the other panelists. Then he will set the context for that respective session. Then each panelist will be speaking or presenting for 10 to 12 minutes, followed by winding up discussion by the chairperson and question answer session. So we know that sticking to time is the key to the success of the program. So we'll try to stick to our program. Particularly the session number 2 is extremely important to stick to the schedule because our inaugural session will be at 12:30 and the stage has to be left for inaugural session by 12, maximum 12:05. So, for session number 2, we will be sticking to the timeline. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for reminding us that time is of essence. We're supposed to have a quick tea break right now, but I think sticking to time is more important, so tea and coffee will be served right here, and we quickly move on to the next technical session, that is Trending Climate-Friendly Innovations in Steel and Aluminium Sector. I'll take the opportunity of introducing the chairperson and the speakers. I think we have the befitting chairperson for this session who have a sea of experience in the field, Dr. Sanak Mishra, former MD, Rourkela Steel Plant, former Vice President, ArcelorMittal India, former President, Indian National Academy of Engineering, former Chairman, Indian Steel Association. He has 50+ years of experience in the metallurgical industry. Has a PhD and MS from University of Illinois and a BE from IISc Bangalore. May I request our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Mishra, to please join us on stage, and can we invite him on stage with a big round of applause. I'll request the host team to please present bouquet of fresh flowers to Dr. Mishra. And it's a great honor to have him as the chairperson for this technical session, Trending Climate-Friendly Innovations in Steel and Aluminium Sector. The speakers for this session are Shri Amit Kumar Singh, Chief Iron Making, Tata Steel, Mera Mundali. He has more than 25 years of experience in iron making. He has MBA degree from XLRI Jamshedpur and BE from BIH Sindri. Shri Bibhu Mishra, Advisor, Hindalco Industries Limited, Bhubaneswar, former President and COO, Aditya Birla Group, 32 years of experience in the aluminium industry, including companies like Aditya Birla Group, Balco and BHP. He has MBA from Heriot-Watt University, BSc Engineering Metallurgy, NIT Rourkela. And Shri Partha Banerjee, CGM Research and Development Center for Iron and Steel, SAIL. He has extensive experience in research and development in iron and steel industry. May I request the dignitaries to please join us on stage. The speakers and the esteemed chairperson. I was expecting the house will give a round of applause. Let's not hold ourselves back from welcoming the dignitaries who are going to share their thoughtful insights with us for this technical session. And may I request the host team to present bouquets of fresh flowers and welcome the dignitaries, the speakers, and the chairperson for this session. May I request the ladies to please join us on stage, present bouquets. While we are talking about saving the planet, we are also ensuring that there is no plastic usage in this conference. You can see the bottles of glass and absolutely no plastic material around. Thank you, host team, for ensuring such a good thing. And may I request the ladies to please join us on stage and present bouquets of fresh flowers to the dignitaries on stage. It's a great honor for us to have Dr. Sanak Mishra with us for this session as the chairperson. Shri Amit Kumar Singh, Shri Bibhu Mishra, and Shri Partha Banerjee. An absolutely enlightening sight it is, and may I request the chairperson to please take the proceedings for this session ahead. Dr. Mishra.
Hello, yeah. Good morning to all of you. I think, because of the shortage of time, we would like to conduct it from right here instead of going to the dais. But let me also say a word of welcome to all of you and welcome to Ms. Ruchika Chaudhary Govil and Mr. Parminder Singh and many distinguished guests who are here. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to set the rules of the game. So no presentations, only a panel discussion. So we have about 40 minutes time, I've been told. So I'll speak for a few minutes and set the, some kind of a template. But I would also make a special request to each one of you to confine your statements to about 6-7 minutes, which will leave for, about 2-3 minutes per panelist for some kind of a, what I call intersecting discussion. All of you know that the metals industry is one of the, you can say, dimensions of the carbon footprint. Globally, the steel and aluminum industry, for example, if I take steel, I'm more familiar with steel, the total carbon dioxide that goes into the atmosphere globally is about 7%. And from the aluminum industry, it's about anywhere from 1 to 2%. In India, when we come to India, the Indian steel industry is a growing industry. If I give you a number, between 1966 to 2000, let's say 2021, over a period of about 50 years, 50 plus years, the world steel industry grew only about 4.5%, including China. In India, it grew 17 times, sorry, four times the world grew. India grew about 17 times. So India's story of steel is a growth story. This is also true of aluminum. But there are flip sides. Our industry today produces about anywhere from 2.3 to 2.6 tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And we make now about 125 million tons of crude steel. We have a very ambitious plan to make about 300 million tons of crude steel by the year 2030-31. So if we continue to generate 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide on the average per ton of steel, so you can imagine that for 300 million tons, it will be something like close to about 3/4 billion tons of carbon dioxide. We also have ambitious plan to go to 500 million tons. So that means more than 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide will be disgorged by the steel industry. Aluminum industry also, because they use thermal power and then they use electricity, they are also a great, I would say great, you can say generator of carbon dioxide. So we have experts here from aluminum industry. Mr. Bhubaneswar is there. Then we have representative from Tata Steel, and we have also a research person, R&D person, and we would go to them one by one. But I like to say that the Ministry of Steel has a lot of initiative, already taken a lot of initiative for the decarbonization of the steel industry. They have constituted 14 task forces which will look into different aspects of the decarbonization of the steel industry. And the Government of India's green hydrogen plan or green hydrogen mission would be a major driver of decarbonization, particularly in the metal sector, because the hydrogen would have one of the main elements which will be used instead of coal to decarbonize the steel industry. There would be other elements which would go into reducing the carbon dioxide load, but I personally see that if 50 years' time or 70 years' time, that we would be, hydrogen would be the main fuel for the production of hot metal and also liquid steel. So what I'm going to do is, I would start backward with Bhubaneswar, who is one of the leaders, a veteran of the aluminum industry and has contributed a great deal to the growth of the steel industry. Did you introduce Bhubaneswar already, or am I supposed to do it? Already done, sir. He has been introduced already, because So, Mr. Mishra, my question to you is that how do you see first of all, what are the growth objectives, growth trajectories of the aluminum industry as a whole? And in that, what efforts are being made to reduce the carbon dioxide from the industry as a whole? And then I have another question also, because you see, the decarbonization of the metals industry would require huge amounts of finance, huge amounts of investment in money terms. I'll give it to you. So how do you see, how do you see the aluminum industry's plans for investing in green economy?
Good morning. Now, as we talk about the carbon dioxide generation, out of around 50 billion ton carbon dioxide that is emitted globally, aluminium contributes about 2%, which is about 1 billion ton. But in the aluminium industry, there are three distinct ways the industry is generating carbon dioxide. Aluminium is highly power intensive. For 1 ton of aluminium, you need around 15,000 units of power, which is quite intensive. So the carbon dioxide footprint, it depends on the way you generate power. Let us say there are certain smelters, aluminum smelters in Russia and Canada, which are producing power from hydroelectricity, so they have got a very low carbon footprint. Whereas in China and India, which are basically dependent on thermal coal for power generation, that is the highest. And the Middle East, which is also a big region for aluminum production, they produce it from the natural gas, so it is in between. So on this, you will find that in a way, India or Indian aluminum industry is in a slightly disadvantageous position because most of our power generation comes from our burning of the coal. Now the technology with which we produce aluminum, it's an electrolysis process and it has to run on a continuous basis. So 365 days, 24 hours, uninterrupted power supply must be there. Sometimes with small power interruptions and all, maybe a steel plant can survive. Many other industries, they can survive, but aluminum industry, it will be closed and it will take another 5 to 6 months of intense work when the plant can be restarted. So there are a lot of challenges in this. In spite of that, there are a lot of opportunities which are not very well exploited, and that is where most of the aluminum plants, they are working now. One of the top area is the recycling of aluminum. Aluminum is infinitely recyclable. So the way we see that a 19 ton of carbon dioxide is generated per ton of aluminum, but when it is recycled, what you need is 1 ton, almost 95% reduction in power consumption. And aluminum is a metal which just oxidizes a little bit on the top and then it becomes stable. So if you throw the aluminum into a dump yard, it will be there forever. Unlike steel, zinc and some other metals, it will not rust, it will not form the oxide, a layer will protect it. And in fact, that is the reason also almost 75% of the aluminum produced globally so far in the last around 120 years, they are still in circulation. So now most of the big companies are taking a huge advantage of this. Aluminum at one time became quite cheap and people were putting in the dump yards. But instead of that now, with the very, very systematic way, all the big aluminum players, they are having their plants and the factories for sorting out the aluminum, various alloys, how to sort it out, how to melt it, how to recycle it. For example, in Hindalco, one of our main company, Novelis, is spending around $2.5 billion in USA to build one of the state-of-the-art technology plant. And the similar way in India and even in Orissa, we are having our own recycling plants. And so recycling is right now the #1 area where a lot of emphasis is happening and the technology is just sinking in at the right time to give that infinite recycling possibilities. And that is I think is the #1.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. I'll come back to you for a couple of questions later on, but I'll move on to, we will move on to you from the Tata Steel. And, the way I look at it is that we don't want to use coal, let's say. I mean, the intent is not to use coal because that's so what are the alternates? The alternates would be hydrogen, solar power, wind power, and nuclear power. So my question to you is not about Tata Steel, but your perception from the industry as a whole. Where do you think that the steel industry would move in terms of alternate energies? How do you see this? So could you respond to that, please?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And in fact, this is one question entire steel industry is after this. And though you said it is not specific to Tata Steel, but I would definitely like to make the context of Tata Steel what actually we have been doing to move ahead in this direction. So you rightly said, sir, presently if we look at the Indian steel industry, though a statistic says about 55% of steel is still coming through EAF route, but they are not through still green energy route. So still the dominant route is the BF-BOF route, and we are the carbon guzzlers. So there could be two mechanisms what we are actually working upon as far as our carbon neutrality commitment goes. Again, I'll mention Tata Steel. We have committed that by 2045 we'll become carbon neutral, and by 2030 we aspire to achieve 1.8 ton per ton crude steel emission. So we are actually working on two fronts. The first one is the carbon direct avoidance. So how to reduce the carbon consumption within the given scenario. And of course, the second part, which is even more difficult, that is the carbon capture, usage, and storage. We have some pilot work over there also. So I'll talk about both of them, sir. So the carbon direct avoidance, the first is, the steel plant, and who can better tell about this more than you, that it is a very capital intensive industry and we can't change things in a day or two. So what we are doing, first we are working on making our current processes very efficient. And first I'll mention about the blast furnaces. We know about the increasing hot blast temperature, replacing coal and everything. But now we have started conducting, I am touching upon the context of this discussion, the trending innovation. So how to reduce the moisture load? Because nowadays all the blast furnaces are on a very high injection rate. So hydrogen deficit is no more there. So now we are looking of opportunities where we can reduce the moisture intake. So like we are working on the dehumidification of the coal blast. How to take out the natural 20-21% of the moisture which exists over there. In fact, we are working on the locations where we are using wet coke. We don't have yet the CDQ facility. So how to use demoisturizer in the wet coke. So some absorbent type of the things. And that way we are taking out moisture from there. The second option is the intermittent injectant. So one is known is the coal. But there could be alternate gas injectant. There could be alternate solid injectant which are more carbon friendly. So like at Tata Steel, we started with trial of coal-based methane. And in fact, we went up to an injection level of 5 kg per ton hot metal. And that gave us equivalent replacement of the coke. But sir, again, at this forum, I would like to make that we need some organized sector, how to extract this methane and supply to the steel makers. We also take trial of the hydrogen. You might be aware we could inject about 1800 Nm³ per hour in our smaller blast furnace for 4 days, and we got fuel benefit of more than 15 kg per ton hot metal. But you rightly mentioned that though the hydrogen is the future of the steel industry, not only in blast furnaces, like in our DRI or whatever technologies will be going forward, hydrogen will be required. And though we try to work upon a small pilot plant for hydrogen, but the current technology that need green electricity, the area footprint is quite large, and we have still not given up on this idea. A coal-based methane, beside that, we have started injecting biochar. So we took a trial of about 10 kg per ton hot metal injection of biochar. And that gives us very equivalent replacement because biochar is carbon neutral. We used biochar in our coal-based the kiln, the DRI production. There also we replaced about 20% of total coal with biochar. But again, the biochar industry is a very unorganized industry. So a consistent quality supply as well as quantity is a challenge for us. So this way we try to make our processes efficient and to replace the coal. At the same time, sir, Tata Steel has taken a step forward. We have started working on circular economy. So you might be aware that in Ludhiana we are setting up a 0.75 million ton of scrap-based EAF steel making facility. So that way we are trying to take us forward. Along with that, we have also started working on carbon capturing thing. So we have set up a 5 TPD, 5 ton per day. That is a very small quantity in Jamshedpur, and we have started capturing about 70% of CO2 from blast furnace gas. We are using the amine-based absorption technology. We know there are other technology like absorption, cryogenic, and those kind of. But this amine-based absorption is established technology. But again, the more challenging part is what to do with this CO2. So we have started taking trial in the purging, like we are using some of the CO2 in purging of the recycled water waste while we are going for the cleaning. At the same time, we are planning to use it in our steel plant, replacing argon with CO2 for the purging. And another thing is our R&D team is working on how to convert this CO2 into carbonate and use it.
Carbonate?
Carbonate, yes. And also there are other options being worked out that by electrocatalytic method, can we convert this CO2 into CO and again recycle it back? So these are some of the, I would say, innovative work we have been taking forward. But yes, sir, we need lot many things. Another thing the mention is the usage of scrap-based industry, because that is one immediate respite that though we have started using more scrap in our converter, but for the 55% EF, or we want to grow more over there, we need a very good scrap management. And you rightly mentioned amongst the task force found by Indian government, this scrap supply chain is one of very important things, sir.
I would like to come back to you on this scrap issue, because I'll have a question for you, but
sure,
let's move on.
Yeah,
I'll come back to you again, because I have a couple of questions in my mind. So, Partha, what do you think? What's the nature of R&D that is required, to assist the steel industry or even the aluminum industry to move on the journey of decarbonization, because of the India's commitment to net zero by 2070. So you being from the R&D, one of the largest R&D, steel R&Ds in the world, so to say, how do you see what is the, not just in India, but worldwide, what's the nature of R&D work that's being carried out to speed up the process of decarbonization of the steel industry? Can you comment on that?
The research work takes some time. That is, but over here, it requires to be sped up. So speeding up is the thing that is creating some hurdles, number one. Number two, there are technologies which are coming back to back. For example, hydrogen, we are now talking about. But there is a theory also that why convert renewable energy to hydrogen and then use it? Why don't use it directly through molten oxide electrolysis?
Directly, sorry?
Through molten oxide electrolysis or other.
That's in the future, long term.
Yeah, so those things are coming. Which one will be economical? Nobody knows.
Sure.
You are investing in something, so the government, luckily we have got a supporting government to handhold us, and National Hydrogen Mission, etc., are supporting us, the steel industry as a whole, to take us forward. But these things will be the consideration. There are other technologies which had also come, but nobody could replace blast furnace from techno-economics point of view.
Okay.
So this will be the determining research. Yes, research work will continue, but finally which one will succeed, it depends on that.
Okay. I'll come back to you again, but let me ask Mr. Mishra one question. Mr. Mishra, the aluminum industry, I mean, we know that the history of the aluminum industry worldwide. In Scandinavia, they started with hydroelectricity, so so they never produced any carbon dioxide. How about aluminum industry investing in hydroelectric projects? Would it be interested in investing in hydroelectric projects? I mean, it's just a, it's a feeler, I mean, it's, Do you have any plans? Does the aluminum industry have plans?
So if you see aluminum industry, okay, it is, I think most of the emission happens as a scope 1 or scope 2 emission, which is basically related to the process. Okay, the way we make our aluminum, the way we make our alumina, or the way we make our downstream aluminum related products. So let us say in making alumina, also we use carbon-based fuels, that is for the digestion of the different liquors, concentration of that, then when the aluminum hydroxide is there, then to calcine it, So in many of these stages, which will come to maybe around 10% of the carbon footprint of aluminum, it can be all replaced with hydrogen. A lot of interesting work is happening there. You know, calciners instead of the normal fuel, which is carbon-based, can it be partially replaced with hydrogen? So that is something which is going on. The furnaces in which the downstream products are done, can it be partially replaced? So a lot of work is going on in these places, and these are not really very, very difficult things. The technology is there, technology-wise it is fine. Only, I think, hydrogen still, it is an expensive proposition. I think if you convert hydrogen and from that you make power, a unit of power instead of that 5 to 6 rupees, which we see now, will be around 10 rupees. So that is where still the economical challenges are there. Okay, so that, there are certain ways of dealing with that, and you know.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Singh, I want to come back to you. You know, the scrap usage, see, I think in about now the scrap imports that India makes is about 10 to 11 million tons, which is maybe a small amount. If we use more of scrap for electric arc furnace steel making or induction furnace steel making, of course we'll have to import more scrap because we don't generate that much scrap indigenously. But my point is, you know, you are melting scrap, but you are using electricity. That electricity in India today is produced by thermal power plants. So by saying that I'm going to use scrap and I'm going to make decarbonize the steel industry, the man on the street, but he doesn't appreciate that so much. Let me come back. So he says, okay, anyway, you are using electricity from the thermal power plants. So you can say the steel industry has reduced carbon dioxide load. But the thermal power plant is where the catch is, right? So how do you think, like I asked him a question, whether aluminum industry would be willing to invest in hydroelectricity. I am going to ask you one question is, how far is the steel industry interested in investing in, let's say, hydrogen generation, one. And then I understand that Tata Steel is setting up a plant in Ludhiana or someplace, and in the future they will be using solar energy, or wind energy, solar energy, I believe. So would you like to comment on, you know, increased use of solar energy for the steel industry? Then would the steel industry invest in production of electricity from the solar sources? Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. So the first thing you rightly mentioned, that if we are migrating to a scrap-based steel making, until unless we go for green electricity, it's not going to make a sense. Rather, it will be a kind of accounting issue. Steel plants are benefited, but ultimately we are emitting the same amount of CO2. But you rightly mentioned, sir, and in fact, many of the steel plants have started investing into the solar-based energy, because putting a solar panel, but yes, to meet the entire requirement of the steel making, probably the area of the solar panel required will be immensely huge. So as of now, given the technology of the solar way of producing steel, it may not be clearly viable for a steel plant to be a self-sufficient kind of thing. But sir, one more thing I would like to touch upon, that still there are many steel plants. They are having coal-based fire boilers. And probably they are juggling between the options of whether using the byproduct gases directly injecting into blast furnace or some other productive way, or to migrate it to steel making, to electricity making, converting those boilers from coal-based to gas-based. So this option can also give an opportunity to a steel plant to become a carbon-friendly electricity producer if we go for the gas-based electricity production way, and then go for the other alternative, like many of the examples I mentioned over here, become the iron making and steel making processes, a more carbon-friendly process to produce. But yes, sir, definitely steel plants are making, like in Tata Steel also we started putting certain floating panels also in some of the water reservoirs and water harvesting thing. So they are working on that, but the technology is not mature enough to make a steel plant self-sufficient based only on the solar energy, sir. So that is the response to your questions.
Thank you.
Dr.
And Partha-
Dr. Sarak Mishra, just to put in a word, if I may, while we have veterans on the stage debating innovations and a lot of what is to be done and what is being done by the industry, I would request, Dr. Mishra, with your permission, we also have our young YP who helps us with a lot of new innovation and thought, and they help us track the new innovations that are happening worldwide. If I can request you that if you could also have a young mind who is tracking this, Ayush, he could also give us some perspectives in which he's been tracking it and helping ministry understand what could perhaps, and I'm just saying these are very could and perhaps ideas, whether they are worth debating, whether they are worth taking forward. So I would request, with your permission, if we have 5 minutes, we could hear Ayush as well.
I welcome that, yeah.
Ayush, just
please come up, yeah, please come up. If you want to join us, I can get a chair for you, but let me see. Yeah, but be brief, please introduce yourself, your name and your background, and be brief because we want to wrap up, so. But do talk about the innovations that she is referring to, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ruchika ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Myself, Ayusha Sena. I'm a young professional attached to the Office of Secretary Steel in Ministry of Steel. So as we are listening to a lot of things which are happening across, while I was assisting Sir and the ministry in its various endeavors, there were few options which appeared to us. So one of the crucial factor of decarbonization of steel lies in the downstream sector, which is the coke making. Like in the past many years, we have not made a lot of changes in the coke oven batteries that we have. Essentially, we have top charge batteries, stamp charge batteries that we have been using, but we have not made the pre-treatments of our coal. The indigenous utilization of coal still lies low. The beneficiation part of this entire industry has been a neglected sector. With newer interventions like new float technologies, with having a better feed control with XRD machines, etc., we can still have a better beneficiation and increase our utilization in that direction. Another fact being the steel industry majorly use coke oven gas for their heating requirements, which according to many is not the true use of it. We should rather use its full potential by using the chemical energy as well. In future, we can look forward for using that energy within the blast furnaces or in the other routes as well. The charge that we are using currently in the blast furnace is essentially iron ore. So is there a possibility of using hot briquetted iron, probably DRI or something, so that our coke can be reduced? The oxygen enrichment ratio of our blast furnaces is yet behind the world average. In some of the steel plants, we are still at lower than 5% of oxygen enrichment. So with oxygen enrichment, we can increase the PCI, the coke rate, and etc. And these are some of the low-hanging fruits. As far as carbon capture utilization and storage is concerned, Ministry is taking a lot of efforts in that direction, and task forces have also been formed. But what essentially remains unanswered is the eastern part of the steel industry, of India, where steel industry is being placed. We do not have saline aquifers, we do not have a lot of storing options. So let us come together and find newer avenues for utilization of them. As you said, sir, bottom purging could be an option. Keeping it, changing into newer forms would be something which need to be looked upon. Even we can look for permanent sequestration in the slags, etc. That is one of the things. As far as sir has been the chairperson of the task force of biocharcoal, but our country, which has traditionally been using biocharcoal in its steel making process and iron making process, has not yet touched upon this for any practical purposes. Those trials have been done. We have immense potential. Bamboo remains one of the forerunners as far as biocharcoal is concerned, but there can be more avenues over there where industry should look upon to leverage it, even in the bio-coke making. Since now most of the steel players have started to import coke as well, I think one of the things that we should work upon should be coke making as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I have a couple of questions for you. I will not let you go so easily. No, the point is that the biocoke, for example, the one concern is how much quantity of biocoke we can generate. the steel industry's requirements are very, very huge, right? The volumes required are the weights required are very high. So what do you think of bio, coke? I mean, the generation of bio coke, how do you see it being increased, or where can it go? How far can it go?
So, sir, we can take cue from the power sector, which has mandated that 8 to 10% of blending should be done in the power plants while over there. So, over there, around 2 to 4% of their targets have been met. So, we are obviously have a lower requirement of coal as compared to the power sector. And if they are able to reach a 2% milestone in the usage of biocharcoal over there, I think there's a larger way to go and a lot of things to explore. As far as this is concerned, sir, as we consider bamboo, we have around, as far as we consider, we have around 600 to 700 million ton of bio waste available with us, be it in the form of the crop, the standing crop, or the waste. But sir, the major point which over here is the logistical challenge. We need to actually convert, burn or have a slow pyrolysis initially at the farm level, so that the logistical cost, which is the major burden, reduces and comes back to us. So there are a lot of options which have not yet been explored as far as this is concerned. Some of the varieties of crops that we are using, they are being used worldwide, but with some genetic modifications, we can use them in India as well. I'll give you a very small example of some of the bamboo crops which are being heavily utilized in Japan and China, but those varieties we are not still using in India. Like states like Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, they have immense potential of bamboo, and if we can solve the logistical problem, I think this biocoke can be a game changer as well, sir.
Thank you very much for your very insightful inputs. Thank you very much. I think we have 5 minutes, and I would like to ask Partha, because one couple of more questions. Partha, tell me that the whole the way that I look at it is, between now and 2070, when we have committed to net zero, we will not have a single technology. We will have a multiple technologies, but with the objective of reducing the carbon dioxide load, right? So where do you think the thrust is going to be between today, 2024, January, let's say, to 2070? Where is the thrust going to be? I mean, would it be, like he says, using of biofuels, or using hydrogen, using...
Regarding the biofuels, the ones that are being used in power plants have got a lower calorific value.
No, don't go into technicalities. Don't go into the scientific.
Okay.
What
So
I'm asking is directionally.
Uniform
No, it is definitely worth considering.
Yeah.
We are not going into the science of it. I'm saying, where does it? How are we going to 2070? What are the things we are going to use? We are going to use biofuel. What else are we going to use? How are we going to modify our technology? Amit talked about Tata Steel introducing a 5 tons per day carbon capture and storage unit. But he is concerned also, after you store it, what do you do with the carbon dioxide? So these are issues. So as an R&D man, what is your impression? Where are we going?
In SAIL, we are targeting of CCU instead of CCS.
Okay.
Converting carbon dioxide to ethanol if possible. A proof of concept. Proof of concept we are trying to show, if possible, establish with the help of some other company, and let's see if it works out. Otherwise, blast furnaces are there; they will have their life as long as it is. Then it will gradually, the proportion will come down, obviously. And DRI, which is already there, coal DRIs will get almost extinct.
Will become extinct?
Will become extinct.
Very interesting,
Hydrogen-based DRIs will be coming up, but again, the cost factor will be competing. The carbon trading mechanism will force industry to shift towards that direction. And this way, there will be some overlapping, but it will be almost, in 2070, it will be almost uniformly distributed proportional-wise. All the new technologies, including scrap-based EF.
Right. Thank you very much. I think I would like to summarize.
Sir,
Maybe.
Can I ask one question?
Sure, please.
My question is to Amit Kumarji. I just want to know whether Tata Steel is working on, you can say, recirculating the CO2 into the blast furnace by converting into the CO, because Ministry has given one project to the IIT Mumbai. So what do you see what is the future of such type of technology? What do you, whether you people are working on this or not?
Yeah, thank you, sir. That's a very important question, that we can't let our blast furnaces deplete like this or fade away from the... So there are many technology suppliers who are working on making even blast furnace carbon friendly. And one of the point coming up is if we can recycle the own BF gas or even a mix of BF gas, coke oven gas and LD gas, and then taking out the CO2 and then re-injecting it into the blast furnaces. So we have already taken a pilot project with one of the technology suppliers, and we are going to work in a smaller blast furnaces on recycling of the BF gas and mixing it with the coke oven gas and then re-injecting into the blast furnaces. So that project had just commenced. I think it would have a timeline of 17, 18 months, but we have, and of course it may require some plasma heating also. So these are certain options we are definitely working upon, and maybe in a couple of years we may come out with some proven technology which can be scaled up in future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I think we will wrap up in another 3 to 4 minutes. I would like to just add some more information for the benefit of the audience. Just very recently, the Bao Steel in China, in their Xinjiang works, I mean, it's hard to pronounce these names, they started operating the world's first 1 million ton shaft furnace, which uses hydrogen. The hydrogen they get from their main steel plant, coke oven, they separate the hydrogen, or you can say they source the hydrogen from the coke oven gas. I think the young professional here, he talked about the importance of coke oven gas, at least for the time being. So this is the first 1 million ton shaft furnace, like a DRI furnace. The second input I would like to give you, which is only 1 week old, or less than 1 week old, is that there's a company in Sweden called Green Hydrogen Steel. Green Hydrogen Steel has announced that by 2025, they'll be operating a major commercial steel plant, but using hydroelectricity, because Scandinavia has a lot of hydroelectricity. And Sweden has been a front runner in the race for decarbonization, because all of you might have heard about the hybrid project in Sweden, which was a joint venture between the hydroelectric company and a mining company, which demonstrated very clearly that you can use hydrogen thermodynamically, kinetically, in to produce iron instead of going into the blast furnace route. So there are movements which are very positive and very encouraging. Just last week, Maharashtra government signed an MOU with a whole group of companies. Some will produce hydrogen, green hydrogen through the electrolyzer, but ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel in Hazira has announced that it will use hydrogen produced by these companies to produce steel. So I think people are already moving towards reducing the carbon content in worldwide. Not only we are probably a little behind, but I think the intent is very clear. And of course, the Ministry of Steel is pushing very hard that the industry moves towards decarbonization. If I give you numbers, today, the Tata Steel generates about 2.33 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel. Jindal JSW in Vijayanagar about 2.35. SAIL on the whole, because they have many different steel plants, is about 2.6 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel. But these numbers are bound to change. I'm sure about it, that these companies are working on to take it below 2. But that's not enough. I think increasingly the citizen of our citizenry, if I call it, is going to be intolerant, more and more intolerant towards the metals industry and the power industry, which are putting this carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So I think industry needs to be also sensitive to the aspirations of the ordinary public. And we as an industry, metals industry, we need to be sensitive about it and make rapid progress. I go back to another point, which is the UN Charter of 2005, which talked about 3 pillars of sustainability. That was in 2005. But in 2010, in one of my lectures to the Engineering Council of India, I said that I don't think that you can build a sustainable society with just 3 pillars of sustainability, which is economic advancement, which is concern for the ecology, and I said that you need a 4th pillar, which is ethics. I think the industry has to be now more ethical in the way it operates, in the way it creates waste, it creates carbon dioxide. So particularly for the industry, I felt that you need that ethics. And now we talk about, the just business or a just transition, since about 5 years back. And I think the just transition is not possible without having high ethical standards, high concern for people's health, and the future generation. So I would thank you, all of you. I'd like to thank my panelists, Mr. Mishra, Mr. Singh, and Mr. Partha Banerjee. I'd like to thank the audience. I'd like to also thank Mr. Purokast and the State Pollution Control Board, the member chairman. I had the pleasure of being associated with the foundation of the BPNSI, 20 years back, and served as a member of the governing board also for a few years. I wish it, a great future. I wish the State Pollution Control Board many more accomplishments and achievements. Thank you very much.
May I request Additional Chief Environmental Engineer, Shri Simanchal Das, to please join us on stage and present tokens of gratitude to the esteemed chairperson and all speakers. Can we have a round of applause for the session? When gentlemen with decades of experience share their thoughts, you get such suggestions. Thank you very much, Dr. Sanak Mishra, for chairing the session so wonderfully. Thank you, Shri Amit Kumar Singh, Shri Vibhu Mishra, Shri Partha Banerjee, for sharing your insights with the House. Can we have a louder round of applause, please? It's not every day that we get to hear gentlemen with this kind of experiences talking about trending climate-friendly innovations in steel and aluminum sector. Thank you is the smallest word in return, but we are going back home with a lot of information and insights that will keep the flame alive, and that is exactly what the purpose of this conference is. Thank you, Shidas, for doing the honor. With this, we wind up the second technical session for the day and gearing up for the inaugural session. Meanwhile, you can have a quick tea break, but please come back in 10 minutes so that we can start the inaugural session on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We acknowledge the presence of the special dignitaries for the inaugural session of National Green Metal Conference 2024. And we have the honor to be having with us Honorable Minister of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Odisha, Shri Pradeep Kumar Amath, esteemed Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina, esteemed Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India will be joining us virtually, Shri N.N. Sinha, esteemed Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Madam Ruchika Chaudhary Govil, and from the host team, esteemed Member Secretary, State Pollution Control Board, Odisha, Dr. K. Murugesan, esteemed Director, BPNSI, Shri Pritam S. Purakayastha, and Chief Environmental Engineer, State Pollution Control Board, Dr. Niharanjan Sahu. Can we have a round of applause for the dignitaries on stage, please? And we would like to give a very special welcome to the dignitaries on stage by presenting them small potted plants. May I request volunteers to please join us on stage. As this whole congregation talks about taking care of the planet, we thought instead of bouquets of fresh flowers, we'll give plants that will remind the dignitaries to do their share for the planet. May I request the host team to do the honor of presenting tiny little plants to the dignitaries on stage, please. It's a tiny bit of greenery for the dignitaries, and they'll grow in their houses, reminding them of this conference, our love for them, and how much overwhelmed we feel with the presence of such esteemed dignitaries at the National Green Metal Conference 2024. And we also will not miss a floral welcome, which is a tradition of the land. So bouquets of fresh flowers for the dignitaries. May the fragrance of these flowers remind them of this wonderful day, the conference that is so special. Thank you, host team, for doing the honors. We do not just call it a green metal conference. The theme for this two-day conference is definitely green. So we would like to start the inaugural session with a green inauguration. There is a beautiful tree out there. May I request all dignitaries to water the plant and officially inaugurate the National Green Metal Conference 2024. Yet another special initiative at the conference that speaks volumes about doing our share for the planet, keeping it green, clean, reminding that plants around us give us so much. So the tiny little effort by the dignitaries on stage, watering the plant, and especially a plant that is so important to our culture and heritage, means so much as an inaugural gesture at National Green Metal Conference 2024. Everybody, please give a big round of applause for the formal inauguration. Thank you, dignitaries, for doing the honors. Time for the formal welcome address. May I request Member Secretary, State Pollution Control Board, Odisha, Dr. K. Murugesan, to please do the honor. Sir.
Namaskar. Good afternoon to all of you. This is a historic occasion in the state of Odisha. We have organized this National Green Metal Conference 24. It was never conducted, so took the initiative under the inspiration of our chairman and Chief Secretary. We have invited all the leading manufacturers of steel and aluminum and related mining industries, and all the leading personalities in the field of environment monitoring and protection, experts, professors of the leading national institutes. It's also our privilege that when we invited Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Honorable Union Minister, Honorable Minister, Cabinet Minister of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, they have immediately concerned to be with us to participate in this mega event being organized by the State Pollution Control Board in association with Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute, Odisha. The theme of the national conference is balancing the metal ecosystem towards green sustainability. The focus area which we planned for this 2 days conference is the technology advancement in manufacturing as well as pollution control and monitoring, alternative energy, sustainable mining, circular economy, green financing, industrial safety, and capacity augmentation through skill. You all know that under the guidance of the Honorable Chief Minister, the State Pollution Control Board, Odisha has been declared as the #1 board amongst all the pollution control state boards of the country for its transparency index. I, Dr. K. Murigesan, Member Secretary of the State Pollution Control Board, feel happy to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha to this conference. Honorable Chief Minister, you all must think that the state is celebrating the Odisha Bhasha Sammelani. The sir was very busy, and today, unfortunately, the day coincided with our day of question hours, and there was adjournment motion. So, Honorable Chief Minister could not attend virtually. Anyhow, he has conveyed his wishes to us. And it's also honor to welcome the Honorable Minister, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Similarly, you all must think that the Parliament is also in session. So, Honorable Minister also could not participate. And I also welcome our Honorable Minister, Forest, Environment and Climate Change. Just 15 minutes back, and I got a call from his office. There is an adjournment motion on Panchayat Raj Department, and sir is holding both Forest, Environment, Panchayat Raj, as well as Information and Public Relation. Sir expressed that he could not attend the conference. Both the ministers have conveyed their wishes for this today's conference. And Secretary Steel also could not attend, but however, they have communicated their virtual message, which we will be showing to all. And I welcome our Chief Secretary, come Chairman of the State Pollution Control Board. It was his instance when he initiated that we must have one conference by inviting all the people who are in the industry, experts, who are in the field of pollution control and monitoring. So it was his direction. This conference has been arranged today. I also welcome the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and our co-organizer, Director Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute, to this occasion. And I also welcome Director Jawaharlal Nehru Aluminium Research and Development, and the professors from the IIT Mumbai as well as IIT Bhubaneswar, all the esteemed industrialists, mine owners, and all the senior forest officers working in the department as well as other departments like the Director of Mines, and all the senior officers of the Pollution Control Board as well as the Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute. I also extend my welcome to the media people. Last not but the least, I extend my warm welcome to all of you who have assembled for this today's function. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for those overwhelming words of welcome. It's an absolute privilege to have amongst us esteemed Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. May I request Madam Ruchika Chaudhary Govil to please share her thoughts with the House. Ma'am.
Good afternoon to you, Chief Secretary, Mr. Jena, dignitaries on the dais, all the fellow attendees of this conference. It's an honor to be here today in this conference. What better place than Orissa when you have to talk green metals? It's a little onerous to be called a keynote speaker. Let me assure you, I have no thoughts as a keynote speaker, but generally the thoughts that we have been debating at the center and at the states, at the country level and worldwide, as to how we have to talk about decarbonization, as to how we have to talk sustainability. The time is here and now. I think in COP26, we have now set for ourselves the target of net zero by 2070. And this has been reiterated in every COP thereafter in COP27 and COP28. It is with this background, I'm very happy that Orissa, the main steel producer and an active aluminium producer, has actually taken a front role as a state government to bring this topic up, to get us all together here, to debate the kind of way forward in terms of technology, in terms of innovation, solutions, financing, marketing, the whole gamut of discussions and technical sessions that we'll be having today and tomorrow. I was happy to be a part of 2 of those sessions, to witness 2 of those sessions, and I'm very glad that a lot of deep thought is going in by the technical people and the industry. We as generalists here, as bureaucrats, can only be a guiding hand, and in case there is any area that needs to be addressed, any stumbling block or any direction that needs to be given at any point by the industry, and steel and aluminium itself is such a robust industry, the turnovers, the kind of growth that they are witnessing, and let me not forget mining also. Mining of aluminium and iron ore, steel industry and aluminium industry, the kind of growth that we are seeing, and especially the kind of growth we are seeing in Orissa today, tomorrow, and what we are expecting, and I talk only till up till 2030, there is a case of actually taking this up in all seriousness to setting the targets for the country arise from Orissa itself. In fact, sir, I would like to share a very peculiar experience. When I joined Ministry of Steel about 6 years ago, and when we were talking about the pollution control and the kind of the environmental clearance that steel projects require, I was surprised we talked about SOx and NOx. We did not measure carbon dioxide. In fact, carbon dioxide was not being measured till now. It is only now when the whole carbon decarbonization thought has come in, do we have to go back and actually work out how much carbon dioxide is actually emitted by the different processes. And if I can say so, BEE today is actually working in a roundabout method to figure out how carbon dioxide is to be calculated, and thereafter how much is the measures that we will have to take in terms of mitigation, in terms of adaptation, in terms of new technologies. So just 5 years ago, also this was not on the forefront. Carbon and decarbonization was not a part that we were calculating or we were conscious of, or a part of our environmental clearances. But today it is the most important part that we are talking about. And it is a very interesting cusp that we find India at today. You see, India is at an extremely important trajectory when it is launching itself onto a growth path unparalleled by most of the emerging economies, forget about the developing economies. In steel sector alone, we are seeing that we have a growth, consumption growth of more than 14%. When we talk about it in international fora, they are befuddled as to how we can be growing at that speed. We have today a capacity of 160 million tons, and this is going to go up to 300 million tons. That's only about 140 million tons, pretty much doubling of where we are today within the next 8 to 10 years. I mean, it's supposed to happen by 2030, but assuming we were to step it a little further, we are going to be talking doubling our capacities. Therefore arises the question as to how do we double it? We have to now double it in a very responsible fashion. This doubling has to be done at a time when the whole concept of sustainability, decarbonization, what the Prime Minister talked about, life concept, all is at play. But steel industry as well as aluminium industry is at a cusp of technology. Disruptive technologies, as we were debating just in the last session, are still at a stage of development. A lot of work, a lot of thought is happening not only in India by our major steel players, but world over by R&D labs and big steel producers. There is not one technology which is talking about a net zero steel technology, or not a single technology which is talking in terms of green iron or green steel. The word green is yet to be defined. World over, everybody's struggling with the concept of the taxonomy of what is to be called a green metal, whether we call it green iron or whether we call it green technology. And why the struggle is there is because the technologies are still WIP, work in progress. Some are at an R&D stage, some are at a demonstration stage. Deployment is, as Dr. Mishra was talking about, Sweden, is still to be showcased to the world. It is still something which, while we talk about hybrid and H2 technologies, these are still behind curtains. They are not sharing their experience in terms of commercial production. The target they've set for themselves are 2026, 28, etc. So while we talk about plasma technology, hydrogen, we talk all the big technologies, it's exciting times, but they have not yet reached maturity. But India has to grow today. India has to set up its capacities pretty much now. What is the way we set up those technologies? We have to do it in a very responsible fashion. We have to be sure that what we set up today or what we already have in place are not stranded assets of tomorrow. They should not be in a fashion that they become the polluting sector. Already steel sector is considered a hard to abate sector. It is said that we contribute to about 12% of the carbon dioxide. Going forward, we call ourselves an industry aiming for a net zero. We call ourselves an industry wanting to achieve targets of 2 tons per ton of hot metal and perhaps lower and lower as we go along, as the trajectories we set for ourselves. But the visibility of technologies are still being worked. So therefore, it's very important that congregations like this happen, that we discuss. In the morning, I've just met up with a lot of the producers, lot of the research institutes, as well as the technology providers. These fora are the ones where we actually engage formally and informally and set ourselves a way forward. I'm very happy that it is the Pollution Control Board which took this initiative forward, because I think the kind of development and growth Orissa is seeing today, if we have a responsible pollution control board, they will guide and make sure that the development is in a fashion which does not hurt the ecology, the people, and it is done in a meaningful fashion. And I'm very, very happy that the Institute of Ministry of Steel, BPNSI, which has recently found its dynamism, the director here takes a lot of effort in that regard, that they have actually co-chaired with the Pollution State Control Board to get us all together here. The Ministry of Steel is very, very committed to the cause of Orissa as well as BPNSI in this direction. I also wanted to share the seriousness that the Ministry of Steel has in this regard. Ministry of Steel works very closely with the already set hydrogen mission by the Ministry of Renewable Energy, non-conventional and renewable energy, on the hydrogen mission, and as to what role hydrogen can play for green iron and green steel. I think within the next week, I request all of you all to be on our website. We will be declaring our RFP. We'll be putting out our RFP for R&D projects as to how to use hydrogen for iron and steel sector. That is one part. Second part is Ministry of Steel itself has set up 13 task forces, and these are, across the board, from enablers to supply side enablers to demand side enablers to things that set the parameters in terms of the taxonomy, in terms of monitoring carbon dioxide emissions, demand generation. These are task forces which have looked at energy efficiency, renewable energy transition, material efficiency, process transitions, green hydrogen, how it can be used, the concept of CCUS, how that can be developed, the R&D measures that required to be taken to shift to a green steel mode, the finances that will be required for this journey, the skill development that will be required for this journey, the international scenario, what is happening world over, we keep monitoring that. So these 13 task forces, and thereafter the 14th task force that was set up, the biochar task force, as my young colleague here, Ayush had also mentioned about that in the last session, are the ones which are actually monitoring what are the best available technologies, what are the best paths, what can be done to help industry. And these task forces were not working in isolation. They were working with the industry, with the academia to set forth this task. I think with this task force reports that shall shortly be out, we perhaps, and I say this perhaps, might even have a mission to lead us in the correct direction. But till that was to happen, I think the kind of interactions that we are doing today is serving a large purpose. I'd also like to say that we should be mindful of decarbonization, but it should not be in any way be something which is considered in any fashion, something which slows our growth today. We must go ahead with the growth, but with the best available technologies, with complete interaction with the state pollution control boards, what are the expectations, and we must allow us elbow room for future, for further retrofittings when the new technologies do come about or achieve their maturity. The blast furnaces, which are today 46% of our total production as of today, perhaps is only going to rise. So India, which is so rich in iron ore and coal, so Orissa being in iron ore and I think all your neighborhood being so rich in coal, we don't see us moving away. In international fora also we say, we are not moving away from the blast furnace route. We are very much using our virgin iron ore. We will use our coal responsibly. We will not go down a path of high carbon emissions. We are trying to limit those carbon emissions. We're going to work with the international community to find out the path forward for CCUS. So show us the utilization, show us the capture, and India and India's mature industry will partake in all this exercise. In the morning, we had talked a lot about scrap. Now, I'm personally, I had worked on the steel scrap policy of the Union Government of India in 2019. But we are fully aware that the scrap in this country is rather limited. It's because our steel production, our steel story started in a big way only post-2000. And any steel which has been used in infrastructure, in housing, etc., will not see it coming back as scrap. It is only automobile scrap we see has maturity and can keep coming back every 10, 15, 20 years. But the other scrap will take time for it to come. So scrap will be limited in India, and the world has become rather protectionist about the scrap, because scrap is something which is now being used as not a waste but a wealth. So while we will focus on more scrap generation, I'm a little skeptical as to how much scrap we will see. Today we are here talking about circular economy, and we are talking pollution control. So we should not limit ourselves only to these discussions, but we should also talk in terms of any other kind of waste, whether we are looking at mining waste, low-grade iron ore, whether we are looking at any other emissions like carbon dioxide or monoxide, which can be recircled and put back into the coke oven, etc. So it's a gamut of discussions that are taking place, as I saw in the morning, and shall take place. It's not decarbonization alone, but the whole pollution control. And I welcome this August House to contribute meaningfully, because whatever you contribute is what we take back as policy makers, and we do hope that we will help you and the industry only grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. These words will go a long way in reminding each one of us here that we have to be united in our actions and efforts to accomplish this humongous task of producing green metal. Thank you so much. Esteemed Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Shri N.N. Sinha, will be joining us virtually. We welcome you, sir, to this very special gathering. And may I request you to please share your thoughts with the House. Shri Sinha.
It gives me immense satisfaction to learn of this significant event, which is centered around the crucial theme of balancing the metal ecosystems towards green sustainability. It gives me great pleasure to witness the convergence of industry experts, policy makers and stakeholders, all dedicated to the shaping of future of the steel and overall metal sector. I believe that this report will emerge as a valuable reference for policymakers, industry captains, and all interested parties committed to realizing India's goal of reaching net zero by furnishing an in-depth comprehension of the present landscapes and myriad initiatives undertaken by major steel entities in India and globally. This report aims to shed light on various facets of sustainable metal production. India's steel industry stands as a beacon of industrial prowess, proudly steering its position as the world's second largest producer and consumer of steel. In the fiscal 23, our nation achieved an impressive production of 127.2 million tons of crude steel, boasting an installed capacity of 161.3 million tons. This sector contributes over 2% of the India's GDP and provides employment to over 2.5 million people, underscoring its significance in our economic landscape. Our growth trajectory is equally remarkable, with per capita steel consumption experiencing a substantial 12.3% increase, reaching 6.7 kg in 2022-23 compared to the previous year. Aligned with the National Steel Policy 2017, we aspire to achieve a projected installed capacity of 300 million ton by 2030 and a visionary 500 million ton by 2047, making a significant leap in both capacity and consumption. Our vision incorporates seamless technological integration and infrastructure planning. The integration of BISEX N capabilities into the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan is pivotal, offering valuable insights for strategic planning of efficient logistic processes across the nation. In this area, newer logistics modes such as slurry pipelines need to be encouraged. We also need to go a long way in utilizing leaner grade iron ores and domestic non or near coking coal through slew of technologies, besides going for circularity as a defining yardstick for improving sustainability and boosting self-reliance. Quality assurance and recycling initiatives are central to our commitment in delivering high quality steel while embracing sustainable practices. Stringent measures including the notification of 145 Indian standards for steel and steel products and the steel scrap recycling policy of 2019 reinforce our dedications to quality and eco-friendly manufacturing. In the pursuit of green steel, we are leveraging existing technologies such as improving energy efficiency, utilizing alternate green power sources, and increasing the use of scrap. Initiatives for cheaper availability of renewable energy would be greatly appreciated by the industry. Simultaneously, we are exploring interventions like green hydrogen and CCUS to effectively reduce carbon emissions in steel manufacturing. Our industry stands at the forefront of adopting modernization and expansion projects, embracing best available technologies globally. Decarbonization initiatives are taking significant strides with the establishment of 13 task forces in 2023, engaging industry, academia, think tank, and various ministries. These task forces are focused on recommending strategies for decarbonization of the steel sector. Discussions on financial incentives, including concessional finance and long-term loans, are underway, reaffirming the government's commitment to sustainable practices. Working with SMEs would be an area of emphasis. We also need to boost our research and development efforts. Our academic institutions, research laboratories, think tanks, and industry players must combine their efforts towards working on solutions that ensure energy transition and sustainability. I am confident that this document, coupled with the broader event, will act as a forum for heightened awareness and deeper understanding of eco-friendly steel manufacturing. It's my belief that this collective effort will contribute to the reduction of carbon footprint within the Indian steel industry, thereby shaping a future that harmonizes growth with environmental responsibility. State of the eastern region, and especially Odisha, will have to play a leading role in the journey.
Thank you very much, sir, for those words of enlightenment. That speaks volumes about the commitment of Government of India to protect the environment, to produce green metal, and promote sustainable development. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the senior most bureaucrat of the state of Odisha is here with us, and we look forward to hear his suggestions, his feedbacks, and experience sharing. May I request esteemed Chief Secretary, Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina, to please address the House. Sir.
Good afternoon, friends. It is indeed a pleasure to be present here before all of you, and it is really a pleasure to listen to the two speakers, Union Secretary Steel, Mr. Sinha, and Additional Secretary Minister of Steel, Ruchika ji, setting out the context for this. Not only this conference, but setting out the context for this metal sector for the future. I'm grateful to State Pollution Control Board as well as to Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute to come together to organize this conference today. In fact, this was an offhand suggestion from me after we had a Metal Association National Committee meeting here in this hotel few months before. And as a off-cuff remark to before the State Pollution Control Board member secretary, so he took it literally and he said, okay, we will organize a conference. And I was again very happy that immediately Biju Patnaik National Steel Academy agreed to partner. But such subjects cannot possibly be taken up by one individual organization. We need large number of partners, and I am happy that today here we have senior government functionaries with us. In fact, two of our senior colleagues from Forest Department, our ex-PCCF and the present PCCF, both of them are here. We see a lot of people from the industry sector, academia, and then some bureaucrats like us. So unless bureaucrats, unless, anyway, whether we make policies, but people sometimes confuse that we are the policy makers. Even if people confuse with that definition of the bureaucrats, yes, policy makers, academia, and industries need to partner with each other to deal with such a complex subject, which is so important for all of us to debate and find some ways out. Friends, as has been narrated by Union Secretary as well as by Ruchika ji, that the demand for metals are going to only grow. It is not going to come down. And at the same time, the imminent threats posed by climate change is also known to all of us. Greenhouse gas emission has its impacts in different forms, and no other state than Odisha understands it better, because this is a state which has seen the adverse impact of climate-induced disasters in last 2 decades, starting from 1999 super cyclone to having 7 cyclones in last 3.5 years. So the number of cyclones, the intensity of cyclones, the frequency of disasters are increasing, and the kind of urban flooding, heat island effect that we are seeing, maybe it has something to do with climate change. And why climate is changing? Possibly all the sectors are contributing to varying extent to this climate change, and metal sector is also one among those which is contributing to the adverse climate change impacts happening anywhere in the world. And that's why everybody is talking about decarbonization, net zero, and all the COPs are chatting out paths, and we as a country, our Honorable Prime Minister has committed to the world global community that India will achieve net zero by 2070. So if we are to achieve that net zero, then possibly we can't afford to lose any single day beyond today also. All of us need to start acting. In fact, we should have started acting yesterday rather than started to act today. And the path is not going to be very easy. In fact, the best way, we have to work between 2 extremes. One is, as is, where is, whatever we are doing, we shall go on doing it, which is anyway not very conducive to the global climate. And the other way, the environmental activist way of stopping everything, so that, okay, you don't pollute, and therefore, okay, stop growth, stop industrialization. That's one extreme. The other extreme is what we are doing, we shall go and continue with the same. Possibly, either of these 2 extremes are neither good for the humanity nor good for anyone. So we need to find a middle path somewhere. As Ruchika ji has pointed out, we cannot compromise with our growth. The world is looking at India, and India cannot stop growing, cannot stop producing more and more metals. But only thing, how do we leave lower carbon footprints is the question. And that is where technology possibly has to play a part, and where both industries and academia need to advise us as to what path should we follow, what kind of support and what kind of ecosystem that is required to be developed in the country, so that the industry can have a lesser footprint of carbon footprint. That is what we need to find out, and that is what governments, whether it is national government or the state government, governments at the center and the states need to work together to ensure that the least carbonization path is followed. All of us know the difficulties associated with switching over from the as is where is to a green metal system. The ecosystem requires a lot of changes, like the primary energy sources from coal. What do you do? There, few months before, I was joining a debate at in a national conference. One is to stop using coal. Fine, it's very easy. We can go for solar power. We can come up with hydrogen. We can maybe find some other form of energy. But what happens to all those people whose livelihoods are associated with the coal industry? Can we just ignore those million lives and chart out a path minus coal? Perhaps that is also not desirable for a country like India. So therefore, we need to strike a balance between the two extremes and find a path. We need to find how we can reduce. Of course, Government of India has constituted a lot of task force who are looking into various aspects. In fact, reusing scraps is one of this suggestion that is being advocated. So maybe there will be another way of using low-grade ores. Or one very interesting, which again the academia and industry have found for this country. There was a time when fly ash was such a big menace for the country. And when I was Energy Secretary 15 years before, in fact, I was grappling with that problem. Now, at least all of us have found some solution to it and some ways whereby fly ash doesn't create that kind of problem that used to be faced by all of us. Similarly, another thing is red mud. What are we doing to do about the red muds? Can we find some way of using red mud the way we have started using fly ash? So one is reducing the demand, the other one is conserving, and the other one is recycling. So all this triple R possibly has to be worked out. Again, I would agree with what Ms. Ruchika ji has told. Pollution control boards need to work with industries as well as the academia to find ways of not just stopping everything, but facilitating adoption of technology in a manner that it doesn't pinches anybody. At the same time, we just can't allow industries to choose a path saying that, okay, we'll transform in the next 30 years. No, that kind of time possibly is not available with any of us. So everybody needs to work towards each other so that within less time, we'll try to find a path which is conducive for the earth. I'm happy that in a state like Odisha, it becomes all the more important. Right now, we are producing around 30 to 40 million tons of steel. And in the next 10 years, we are going to add another 100 million tons of steel. Right now, we are having about 4-5 million tons of aluminum. Maybe in the next 10 years, we will add another 10-15 million tons of aluminum. So we are going to increase our metal production. But then there is a world which is trying to enforce a lot of discipline on us. In fact, the demand for green metal is increasing, and there is a global hue and cry about it. And if you don't produce green metals, then somebody else will produce, and we will be left to fend for ourselves. So there is a need for industries to also realize this. And yes, we are also grateful that many of the industries have come to us and have discussed with us as to how do we switch over to green metals. In fact, in the month of May, when Honorable Chief Minister had gone to Japan, Nippon Steel chairperson met Honorable Chief Minister, and they are with ArcelorMittal going to set up around 24 million tons of steel capacity in Paradip. So they said the first 12 million ton of steel will be conventional steel, but the second 12 million ton of steel will be all green steel. So industries are also switching over. Only problem is how do we manage this transition where both central government and the state government needs to work with the industries to find a least painful process for them. One of the things which many of the industries have talked to me, they say, what do we do with our existing CPPs? We have invested a lot of money. If you ask us to close all those units, we have no problem. But then our assets will be NPAs, non-performing assets. Who takes the responsibility for this? And by redesigning our industry to suit the new energy requirements, the additional capital investment and the cost associated cost with that, how do you as government facilitate this? So there are a lot of issues for the governments to also look at, but only thing, you have to tell us what are the critical things which both central government and state government needs to look into and change our policies, the program frameworks and the implementation frameworks, so that together we address this issue of managing green metal production and contribute towards a safer and more sustainable earth. I hope all of us will cooperate, collaborate, and work with each other to see some very positive developments in near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those words of wisdom. State of Odisha is already setting the bar really high for other states when it comes to taking care of the environment. And under your expert guidance, we promise to work harder and achieve better. Thank you so much. May I now request Director, Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute, Shri Pritam S. Purkayastha, to please share his thoughts with the House. Sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Chief Secretary Saab, respected Additional Secretary Steel Madam, Member Secretary OPCB, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and all delegates and invitees and participants. The context setting has already been done by my former speakers very well. In fact, there is nothing much to add to that. Basically, I'll tell you the framework of what is going to be happen in the next 2 days. There will be 9 technical sessions, dwelling on all the aspects of the topic, including safety. And there will be a round table of thought leaders, which is scheduled today. But before that also, to sensitize this issue, I would like just a few slides to take you around what exactly we are going to touch on. The rest of them will be taken over by the technical experts in the panel discussions. Yeah, steel, as you can see, next to power is one of the largest, emitters of carbon emissions, around 8% globally, and that is why it is a very sensitive, topic being dealt by all stakeholders around the world, and especially because of our commitments to the COP26 or 28, whatever you say. And these are the stats which is supposed to sensitize you as to what is the relevance of steel in the metals industry and why it is important to decarbonize India's energy network by tapping on the steel sector. Now, to the decarbonization solutions known for building these, sustainable value chains would be, by the pointers are renewable fuels, plastic circularity, hydrogen and ammonia usage, CCS, syngas products, and all that. And these will be all dealt with in your technical sessions. Coming to aluminum, this is the extent of the contribution of aluminum, I would say, or the negative contribution, I would say. Compared to steel, it is 8%, it is 3%. And if you look at the various statistics, it might look more comfortable than steel, but the fact of the matter is that aluminum is a metal of the future, and one has to be careful from the very beginning. And like steel, India being the second largest producer, aluminum is also India is also the second largest producer, and significantly also it is 2% of the overall manufacturing GDP. And so we have to be concerned about both steel and aluminum, which I'm sure all our panelists and all our participants here will brainstorm in the coming days, including today. And just to say what would be the way forward, the industrial collaboration and initiatives, as Chief Secretary Saab has already spelled out. The supply chain efficiency and circular economy, which Additional Secretary Madam has harped on. Financial and policy frameworks, which both the central government and the government of state governments, they have to basically support. And skill and workforce development, of course, is with everybody of us, in all stakeholders, whether it is the industry, whether it is the government, whatever, or even an institute like BPNSI. So my purpose of taking you around these few slides was just to tell you the format of the discussions, and I will not get into much deeper into this because it should not, prejudice you about any kind of ideas that you might be coming up with. So please feel very free to express yourself during your panel discussions, and we look forward to very constructive takeaways at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the vivid presentation and for telling us how significant this conference as an endeavor is. Ladies and gentlemen, on this Red Letter Day, we are releasing our knowledge paper. May I request the dignitaries to please do the honor, and I also request our knowledge partner, Shri Bhattacharya, to please join us on stage while we release the knowledge paper. That is a compilation of our futuristic ideas, our goals and aspirations in taking care of the planet and producing green metal. May I request the host team to bring the knowledge paper on stage, and may I request dignitaries to do the honor of releasing the knowledge paper of National Green Metal Conference 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. May the knowledge paper reach out to everyone who needs to know more about this initiative. May we all be committed to our goal of taking care of the planet, to keep it green and have the least carbon footprints. Thank you so much, gentlemen, lady, for doing the honor. A moment of absolute honor and pride it is at the National Green Metal Conference. Thank you so much. We have small tokens of gratitude for all the dignitaries, and to do the honor, I'll request our Chief Environmental Engineer, Shri Rabinaran Prushti, to please join us on stage from Odisha State Pollution Control Board. It's not every day that we get to have such esteemed dignitaries together on dais. So from the host team, we have small tokens of love and appreciation for each one of them. May I request Shri Prushti to present the token of appreciation to esteemed Chief Secretary Odisha, Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina. Thank you, sir, for those insightful words, for the love, for this platform, for being one of the initiators of this wonderful platform where we are talking about green metals and saving the planet. We look forward to have more motivation and insight from you today and always. Thank you so much. That's traditional Angavastra and a beautiful brass Konarka Chakra. May I request Shri Prushti to please present the token of appreciation to Madam Ruchika Chaudhary Govil. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all those wonderful words that gave us information and insight about this initiative and the way forward. We look forward to learn from you, as always. Thank you. May I request Shri Prushti to present a token of love to Dr. K. Murugesan, the captain of the host team, who has been working really hard to ensure this conference is a grand success. Thank you so much. Odisha State Pollution Control Board for all the efforts. May I request Shri Prushti to present a token of gratitude to Shri Pritam S. Purakayastha. Thank you, Viju Patnaik National Steel Institute, for setting a landmark when it comes to teaching about producing green metals and doing our share to keep the planet clean and green. May I request Shri Prushti to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Nihar Ranjan Sahu, Chief Environmental Engineer, State Pollution Control Board, an important part of the host team. And I would like to repeat myself, the host team has been working really hard to ensure this initiative is special and successful. Thank you, Shri Prushti, for doing the honors. Time for the formal vote of thanks. May I request Dr. Nihar Ranjan Sahu to do the honor, please.
Respected chief guest, respected guest of honor, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great privilege on my part to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the State Pollution Control Board and the Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute. I express my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Naveen Patnaik, who was actually be with us as the chief guest, but unfortunately could not make it because of various other engagements. But I understand it is his blessings that has transformed, that has resulted in such a wonderful conference. So we are grateful to him, grateful to the Honorable Chief Minister. We are also grateful to the Minister, Honorable Minister of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Sri Pradeep Kumar Amat, who in fact was truly committed to be here even till yesterday evening. But again, actually the timing of this conference coincided with, clashed with the Parliament session as well as Assembly session. So it's really been very tough for them to manage both the ends. He could not be with us physically, but I know that he is still with us. I mean, his invisible blessings are still with us. So we are grateful to Sri Pradeep Kumar Amat, Honorable Minister, Forest, Environment and Climate Change. We are also grateful to Sri Jyotiraditya Scindia, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. He again had committed to be here with us, but again, unfortunately, could not come because of the ensuing Parliament session that is going on. We are also thankful to Sri N.N. Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, who again committed, but again could not come. But we are thankful to him, even he forwarded a message wishing all the best for this conference. And we are extremely thankful to Sri P.K. Jena, the Chief Secretary of Odisha and Chairman, State Pollution Control Board, whose off-the-cuff remark has actually transformed and resulted in such a wonderful conference. And we also look forward to such similar off-the-cuff remarks so that we can have such conference. So we are thankful to you. We are thankful to you. We are thankful to Mrs. Ruchika Chaudhary Govil, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, for being with us right from the beginning and in fact being with us and delivering such a power-packed keynote address. That was a source of inspiration for us. So therefore, we are thankful to Ruchika Madam. We are thankful to our Member Secretary, State Pollution Control Board, Dr. K. Murugesan, sir, who had been actually working very hard to make this conference a success, been planning all small things and making sure that everything is in place to make this conference a kind of a grand success. So we are thankful to our Member Secretary, Dr. K. Murugesan, sir. We are thankful to Sri Pritam Purkayat, Director, Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute, for providing us necessary support in providing us the technical or the knowledge backbone which has resulted this conference much more relevant today. So we are thankful for providing all the support. We are also thankful to all the senior officers who have come. We know that it's, time is very precious for them, particularly when the Assembly and Parliament sessions are going. But despite all these constraints we have before us, former PCCF and present PCCF and many other senior officers. So we are thankful to them for being with us in this conference. We are also, I extend my thanks to Grant Thornton for being the technical partner, providing us all the technical inputs that was required for this conference, even for the knowledge papers and many more things. I think so. We are thankful to them. I'm thankful to all the delegates who have come from faraway places. I know they are busy, otherwise they are highly resourceful, or they are the persons high on demand, but despite all that, they could make some time, travel long distance to be with us and to be part of this conference. So we are thankful to all the delegates. They are with us in this conference. I'm thankful to all the media persons from print and electronic media. I'm also thankful to all the sponsors for technical support and financial support for making this conference, to bring this conference to this shape. I'm also thankful to all the participants who participated in the exhibitions that is being held in the garden. So if you want, we can go and visit various stalls and find out how useful it is. So we thank all the participants who participated in the exhibitions. Actually, this program is also being streamed live in YouTube. So we also are thankful to all the participants who are sitting in this hall, all the participants who have joined online, witnessing, connected, and watching this conference. We are thankful to the hotel management for providing such wonderful facility to make this conference so comfortable, making things so comfortable. We are also thankful to the event manager for managing things in a very nice manner to make this conference a hassle-free event. We are also thankful to our anchor, Sulagna Rautrai, for being with us and steering the program. Not only this inaugural session, I think she has been steering this program right from the morning and will steer it through the next day, tomorrow also. So we are thankful to her for being associated with us. And finally, I thank all my colleagues from the State Pollution Control Board who have been working day and night, various teams that are working to make this conference a success. And all my friends and colleagues from Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute who were also with us in making this conference and giving it a definite shape. I also thank finally to all of them whom I specifically did not mention here in the Board of Thanks, but still they are directly or indirectly had helped us to make this conference a success. So I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sahu, for proposing vote of thanks. May I request the dignitaries to take a tour of the exhibition outside, officially inaugurated. There are 22 stalls by different players talking about their best practices, the best know-how, and our committed effort to keep the planet green and clean. Can we have a round of applause for all the dignitaries for the wonderful and insightful inaugural session that sets the tone for the success of this conference. And for the rest of the delegates and guests, we are off for the lunch break. Enjoy your food and come back to your seat. before 2:30 so that we can start the next technical session on time. Thank you. Happy lunching. May I request all guests and delegates to please come back to their seats. We're starting the post-lunch session in 5 minutes. Once again, the guests and delegates who are still outside, may I request you all to please go back to your seats. Settle down. Keep your mobile phones in silent mode. We are starting the next session in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. The host team had ensured that the lunch is mouth-watering so that we can have more engaging sessions after the energetic meal. And we're ready for technical session number 3, and the theme is Future of Metal Production in the Context of Circular Economy. I'll take this opportunity to invite the chairperson and the speakers onto the dais. The session will be chaired by Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, Director, Jawaharlal Nehru Aluminium Research Development and Design Center, and prestigious alumni of IIT Kanpur. He has a PhD degree in Materials and Metallurgical Engineering from VNIT Nagpur. Under UNDP, he has served as a visiting faculty to the University of Quebec in Canada, as well as the Hungarian Research Institute under United Nations Development Program. He has been a sector expert, aluminium for National Mission on Enhanced Energy Efficiency in MEEE under Ministry of Power. The speakers for this session are Shri Ulhas Parikar, Board Director, Material Recycling Association of India. He has more than 40 years of experience in process engineering and waste management in companies like ACC and HUL. Has a MTech degree from IIT Madras, BTech from Osmania University in Chemical Engineering. And our last speaker for this session will be Dr. Suttappa Pati, Academic Dean and Professor, School of Sustainability, XIM University, Bhubaneswar, holds a PhD degree from IIT Delhi and bachelor's from Sambalpur University. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the esteemed chairperson and speakers for this session. May I request you, gentlemen and lady, to join us on stage. And as always, we will not miss this opportunity to welcome the dignitaries with bouquets of fresh flower. May I request volunteers to join us on stage and do the honor, please. In a land like ours, welcoming the dignitaries in the right way is very, very important. So, dear ladies, join us on stage. I'll request the volunteers of the family to present a bouquet to our chairman, Dr. Agnihotri, and to the speakers of the session, Shri Parikar and Dr. Pati. May the fragrance of these flowers remind the dignitaries of this wonderful occasion and our love for them. And may I now request the chairperson to please take the session forward. So.
Very good afternoon. Let me welcome you all to this session on, this is technical session 3, Future of Metal Production in Context of Circular Economy. So, Ms. Ruchika Chaudhary Govil, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, has some urgent work, so she is not with us right now. We have 2 speakers, Shri Ulhas Parikar, Dr. Suttappa Pati. The time allotted to us is 45 minutes. So I'll be also speaking on this metal production in the context of circular economy. It's a very important topic or issue these days. Everybody is talking about circular economy, and this circular economy has a direct linkage or direct connection with climate change. What we are observing nowadays is due to, whatever weather changes are happening, it's a part of a climate change, and everybody wants to contribute to that. So, and wants to turn from linear model to circular model. So everybody is interested to move towards, transit towards the circular model or the circular economy, whether it's a metal production, whatever, whichever industry contributes to the GDP has to have, not today, tomorrow, follow a circular model. So that's the theme of this. If my colleagues here permit me, I can start with the presentation. Once again, good afternoon. I'll be talking about future of aluminum production in circular economy that leads to a sustainable solution for a greener tomorrow. Right, so just to start a brief, just 2 slides I have about the institute for which I work. Its name is Jawaharlal Nehru Aluminium Research Development and Design Center. And that's an autonomous body under Ministry of Mines, which was established in 1989 under UNDP collaborative, technical collaboration with UNDP and Government of India. The vision is to be renowned nationally, globally as a primary research hub for all aluminum products. And mission is to undertake innovative research product for providing complete technological solutions. And objectives or the programs what we have is to undertake research and for raw material energy consumption, set up data bank for bauxites, impart training, provide technological assistance to both primary and secondary aluminum, and assist industry in assimilating and adopting technologies. As you know, most of our aluminum smelters are based on imported technology. Domain of expertise, we work in all the areas, right from the bauxite to the finished product. We have a bauxite alumina expertise for technological evaluation, beneficiation, petrography, smelters. We have worked on instrumentation, cell monitoring, aluminum, all the forming, metal forming, casting, extrusion, characterization, and we provide analytical services to other sectors also other than aluminum, and we have expertise in modeling activities, waste utilization, energy consumption. It's an ISO 17025 accredited lab, and we are also trying to work on developing CRM, so we have accreditation 17034 also. So that's a brief about the institute. Now, just to share about the aluminum, as you know, it's abundant element, third most abundant element in the earth crust, and it forms about 8% of the metal in total crust, and metal availability is about 32%, so that's the importance of aluminum, and it's growing faster than copper, steel, or cement. It is growing at a level of 9.45 times as compared to the steel, which is growing at 4.56. Metal use, second largest, and it's the biggest non-ferrous industry. All other non-ferrous metals put together does not, reach that level of production. It's also known as a metal of future and strategic metal because all our strategies, whether it's a power sector, whether it's a transportation, depends a lot on aluminum metal. Green metal, of course, it's a
I mean, it's an energy guzzler. In spite of that, it's known a green metal. It helps in compensating the greenhouse gas emissions for its own sector as well as other sectors. So that's a brief about the importance of the aluminum. Now the question arises, why, I mean, everybody wants to move to the circular economy and especially the metal sector. What are the challenges which metal industry is facing and which can be mitigated with help of circular economy? I've been talking that the metal industry has I call it a E-cube challenges. It's economy, energy, and environment. And you fit in the equation of circular economy, whether it's economy, energy, or environmental, the solution for all the three is circular economy. Economy, yes, it can help us in reducing the cost because circular economy mostly dependent on the recycling, reuse concept. Energy, yes, if I talk about the aluminum sector, the energy required is far, far less than what it is required to produce a primary aluminum. It's in range of 5 to 10%. Environment, it's also, the pollution is about 8 to 10%. So the solution for all the challenges which metal industry faces is, of course, through the circular economy. That's why the future of metal is going to meet the circular economy model concept. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the metal to survive. Now, talking about the sustainable development in metal sector, the factors that fuel the global acceleration in composition of the metals are the GDP capita that has to be enhanced, infrastructure, metal plays a lot of role in that. Of course, with increasing population, urbanization, there will be more and more demand of metals, coastal production, metals like aluminum, which are corrosive resistance, and of course the sustainable energy requirement, the metal has to play an important role. So the sustainability here will be based on environment, economy, and society. When we talk about environment, we should have a sound ecological principles. Economy, robust economy practices, and society should have a good life for individual and the community. All put together will lead to a sustainable metal, and sustainability, circular economy is going to be a part of the sustainable development of the metal in the future. Now, the role of aluminum in achieving sustainability in other sectors will be mostly it will be along the automobile sector. In automobile sector, you can see today's SUV, which is uses about 1,700 kg of metal. Tomorrow's SUV will be 1,237, and the percentage of aluminum is going to increase a lot. It will go from 9% to 37%, which will help to reduce this lightweighting will help to reduce the energy as well as the CO2 emissions. And the sustainability of aluminum production, of course, contributes in other sectors also, like construction, packaging, consumer durables. I have shown another example when it comes to the consumer recycling rate for the packaging. Consumer recycling rate, you can see among the glass bottles and the plastic bottles is highest among the aluminum cans. Closed loop circularity is also highest, and recycled content is the highest among the three. So this is how the metal, I'm talking about the aluminum, is going to achieve sustainability in coming days to live more efficiently by developing more sustainable consumption habits and production methods, because they say we have only one earth, and the way this linear model is based upon, the way we are consuming and producing, one earth won't suffice by 2050. So it's high time that we change over to circular economy and to use our existing natural resources efficiently to support the growing population. Transition from linear to circular, it has to be alloy-specific melting, processing, and manufacturing. We have to introduce a term reintegrative, refers to an approach where dumped waste material is remined and fed back into the manufacturing chain. So we have a circular metallurgy as well as reintegrative metallurgy. in which old waste is used to produce the products. So main economic market models in metallurgical sector, linear, circular, and reintegrative aspects of the respective economic models. So this is how the transition of the metallurgical or the metal sector is going to take place from linear to circular. How the market is growing, I mean, how the future of this metal is going to come from. There is a comparison between the Indian and global. Our consumption pattern is a bit different from the global. And we see, I think it's other way around. The yellow one should have been the global. This is the upcoming demand. Presently, majority of the aluminum goes to the electrical sector, and if you see globally, the majority of the aluminum goes to the transportation sector, but the demand, the predicted sector-wise demand for the aluminum for next 30 years till 2050 will be highest for the transportation and building and construction, consumer durables, and it will be not same as it is being done globally, because globally transportation has the maximum share nowadays, and the biggest demand is going to come from the transportation, consumer durables, and building and construction. So if you see the impact of aluminum demand on different sectors, we can see 50% of the most important sectors have a demand for aluminum, and that is why it is very important to think about a circular economy model for aluminum sector, whether it's automotive, aviation, construction, defense, electronics. The green color shows a high impact. Yellow is the medium impact, and orange is the low impact. So you can see more than 50% of the sectors, the demand for the aluminum is very high, and that's the reason that the sector has to transit into the circular model. So circularity in aluminum production has to have three different areas, has to focus on three different areas. That is utilization of waste generated during aluminum, decarbonizing the aluminum production, and strengthening the recycling value chain. So when it comes to the waste generated during aluminum, everybody knows, like the people working in the aluminum sector, it's an overburden, red mud, spent pot lining, aluminum dross, and the industry is looking for solutions for this, because waste utilization is an important part of circular economy. Decarbonization, the aluminum sector, there has to be increase in share of renewables, process efficiency, and a concept of CCUS has to be applied. Then strengthening the recycling value chain, there has to be strengthening of the scrap supply chain, incorporate of best available technologies in recycling, and R&D, of course, for the technology and the process, because our recycling industry is using very primitive technology. So this is the challenges when it comes to the aluminum industry. The waste utilization, we have primary aluminum production of 4.1 million tons, secondary is 1.8, and we generate about 16 million tons of red mud. Aluminum dross is 0.05, spent pot lining is 0.12 million tons, and there has to have a solution in long term if we have to convert it to the circular model. Recycling has to play a very important role when it comes to the circular economy, but metal recycling itself has certain drivers and deterrents. So if we talk about the drivers, the global scrap availability is very high. Demand for auto is going up. ELVs are coming up, which will have more and more of aluminum it is. Cost economics, yes, the recycling does provide a solution to that. Technology, when it comes to national level, it's not a driver, but at global level, definitely it's a driver. The deterrents are various scrap prices, volatile scrap prices, that is varying scrap prices, scrap quality, poor yield, and poor economy scale are the deterrents which our country has to deal with that if we have to go in long term when it comes to the circular economy. Technological advances, I'll talk about the path 3, recycling and resource efficiency can help us to reduce by 15% the greenhouse gas emissions. Elimination of pre-consumer scrap can help in reducing the greenhouse gas by 4%, and elimination of all metal losses during melting and casting will help reduce the GHG by 8%. So nearly 100% recycling rates will help improve
can help in becoming circular, following the circular model in which we have to improve scrap sorting, elimination of pre-consumer scrap and metal losses, etc. Technological advances in recyclings, there are many, but the recent ones are oxygen-enhanced combustion of low NOx aluminum melting and innovative aluminum scrap decoder. So these are the latest technological development when it comes to recycling, which will help in promoting the circular economy. Industry initiatives, yes, everybody is working to produce green aluminum products. There is example of Hydro Circal, which uses 75% of the recycling content in the product, and that has a carbon footprint of 1.9 tons of CO2. It has another product of Hydro Reduxa that is 4 tons of CO2, and the definition of the green aluminum is whatever aluminum produced using less than 4 tons of CO2 will be called a green aluminum, and this definition will stand till 2030. After 2030, they are going to make it zero. So that is how the carbon footprint of Europe's primary production process is much lower than the global average, because their carbon footprint is hovers around 6 to 7 kg per kg, and ours is about 15 to 20 kg per kg of aluminum produced. Commitments of Indian aluminum industry. Yes, there has been initiatives by aluminum industry, primary aluminum industry. Vedanta has a target of reducing 25%, will lower the absolute emissions by 25% by 2030 compared with 2012. 25% will reduce specific greenhouse gas emissions by 25%. This is by Hindalco against the fiscal of 2012. And NALCO will increase the share of non-fossil power sources by 40% by 2030. And whatever best we try, but they say by 2060, presently we are using, the secondary production contributes about 1/3 of the metal production, and the best will happen, it will increase only by 2/3. So 1/3 will still come through the primary route by 2060. So that is a challenge, how to reduce as much as possible. Recommendations to stakeholders is to prioritize broader sustainability by embrace collaborations, invest in R&D, explore innovative technologies, leverage Industry 4.0, scale up sustainability practices, adopt greenhouse gas reduction pathways. Anyway, I mean, the industry is already following this and trying to move towards a more sustainable or circular model when it comes to the aluminum sector. So that's all from my end. Thank you very much. I think questions will take at end of all presentations. Thank you.
Actually, this is the one, is it? This is down, this is up. Next. This is the next, back. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Agnihotri, for setting the tone in the context of building circular economy in the metals industry to make it green. The first thing I want to do is to steal the first sentence of Dr. Agnihotri. And the sentence was, to build a climate mitigating industry or a CO2 less industry, circular economy is must. So the future is going to be circular economy only, we have no option. And in anything and everything that we will do, we will have to start looking at the possibility of achieving circularity. And that is how we will be able to move. I am going to talk about the same subject, which is aluminum, and Dr. Agnihotri has made my job very easy because he has explained a lot of important things. So I'll just take on from there. So I'm saying that sustainable management of waste of aluminum industry for promoting circular economy. There are two sectors which are very important where, the use that Dr. Agnihotri was talking about. What will happen to 16 million tons of red mud? So I'm going to take you there as to what can be done, how it can be done. First is the principle of circular economy. The principle of circular economy is that we have to look at waste as not waste, but as a resource. So when you look at waste as resource, you start looking at the resource value in that. What is there in that? Iron is there, aluminum is there, silica is there, maybe fluorine is there, maybe carbon is there, maybe something else is there. What resource value does it bring? Which are the applications where it can be used? So we start looking at that. So the waste is still waste, but we are just trying to look at the composition and trying to see what are the useful elements, constituents in that. And then when we find that there is a constituent or there are many constituents which can be utilized, we convert that into an acceptable quality resource. So the principle of circular economy is to look at waste as a resource and then convert waste into a resource. Once you do that, then you have the solution for what we are looking forward to. I'll give you a classic example. I come from cement industry. Cement industry utilizes all kinds of waste. When I was promoting this particular concept and I was telling people that, look, I can use this waste also, that waste also, people were actually looking at me in a very different way. But today, cement industry utilizes probably close to about 60, 70 million tons of different kinds of waste, which include hazardous, non-hazardous, municipal derived, agricultural derived, industry derived, all kinds of waste materials. So this is just an example to say, we had calcium carbonate slurry from fertilizer industry way back in 1953. We don't know what to do with it, but we wanted to produce sulfuric. Like today, we want to produce aluminum, we don't know what to do with red mud. So when we didn't know what to do with calcium carbonate, somebody says maybe cement can be produced out of it. And a cement plant was set up in Sindri, adjacent to the fertilizer plant, ammonium sulfate fertilizer plant. Both plants worked together for more than 35 years. They stopped when both of them agreed that we cannot produce anymore. Similarly, the blast furnace slag from the steel, LD slag from the steel, then we have fly ash from the power plant, we have pet coke from the refinery, agro waste from various different agricultural sources, combustible materials from municipal solid waste, industrial hazardous and non-hazardous waste. When we started this initiative in cement in 2005, absolutely nothing was being utilized as resource. But if you look at today, other than fly ash and slag, we use more than 4 million tons of industrial hazardous and non-hazardous plus the municipal derived waste. So that's the level of utilization potential which is there, and very successfully the whole thing is moving. But how do you achieve that? Through a concept which is called as industrial symbiosis. What is industrial symbiosis? You look at the waste. Then I said that you have to look for an application. Who can use this particular application, this waste material? Then what does it want in terms of quality, specification, whatever. Once you have understood that, then I said you have to convert it into a resource. So you need a process for that. So these are called as industrial symbiosis diagrams for circular economy. So if you, just to give you a very small illustration, if you look at, for example, the C&D waste. The C&D waste, you process it, you convert aggregates and sand, and you produce materials which can be recycled back for the construction. If you take, for example, the industrial hazardous and non-hazardous waste, you go to cement, send it into cement, utilize them as a fuels and raw materials. You may have exhaust gases which could be SOx and NOx. These SOx and NOx can be treated with ammonia to produce ammonium sulfate and ammonium nitrate, which is a fertilizer which can be brought back to the society. If it is only SOx, there is no NOx, you can produce gypsum and utilize it. So there are a variety of possibilities. The CO2 concern that we have today, CO2 is an excellent resource. This CO2 can be converted into algae and can be utilized back for many applications. You can convert CO2 into methanol, ethanol, and make it into a fuel. So many possibilities. Once you come to methanol or ethanol, from that moiety you can make variety of chemicals. The question is, somebody has to start thinking, somebody has to start linking, and somebody has to start implementing. For that you will need support, you will need policies, you will need finance. It all happens. And I'm telling you from my experience of cement. Look at the aluminum industry. You know, we generate red mud, about 2.5 to 3 tons of red mud per ton of aluminum. So I put a figure of 10 million, although it is 16 million as per Dr. Agnihotri. If you look at SPL, we generate probably about 80,000 tons. Hazardous waste, about 20,000 tons in the aluminum industry. What do? Red mud we stack up as dry material or put it in the ponds as slurry. What do we do with SPL? We stack it in the godowns. What do we do with the hazardous waste? We send it for landfill. We are not utilizing them. It's a resource, fantastic resource. If we are able to utilize, then the circular economy starts. So the best option for managing this waste is to gainfully utilize them. So we need to find eco-sensitive applications, ecologically sensitive applications. And once you find them, then we can start doing it. So this, whatever I'm talking about now, is from a scoping study that I did for European Union, wherein we could find that so many different applications are available through which it is not just what we are generating today as 16 million tons, but to achieve 5 trillion economy that we are talking about, not 4 or 5 million aluminum that you are producing, we may have to reach maybe 20, 25 million tons. What will we do with red mud? Entire red mud at that time, entire SPL at that time can get utilized if we start looking at this particular resource value as well as the circular economy. And aluminum industry can become a zero waste, zero landfill industry. So red mud can be utilized as a iron substitute in clinker that we know and we are doing to some extent. But red mud also can be utilized as pozzolana. Red mud also can be utilized as a sand substitute. Sand is becoming rare, but it can be utilized as sand substitute. SPL can be utilized as AFR in cement manufacture. SPL also can be manufactured as alternative fuel in power plants. Hazardous waste can be utilized as AFR in the cement sector. I'm taking example of aluminum industry, which is mainly, operating in Karnataka, Orissa, and Chhattisgarh, let's say. If I look at the capacity of clinker available, we produce about 40 million tons of clinker per annum. We produce about 80 million tons per annum of cement. We produce about 100 million meter cube of concrete. We produce, we have about 6,000 megawatt of capacity in aluminum industry, more than that. If we are able to look at this capacity and now start bridging that, industrial symbiosis diagram, we find that there's a lot can be done. What can be done? If you take red mud and if you use it as iron replacement, probably 1 million ton can be utilized in the sector that I'm talking about, which is Chhattisgarh and Karnataka and Odisha. But if you look at as a pozzolana material, you can use 16 million tons very easily. These are all very conservative numbers. And if you look at sand substitute, very conservatively, you can use 10 million tons. So while we are generating, let's say, 10 or 16 million tons today, the opportunity is to utilize 27 to 30, 35, 40 million tons. Sorry, sir? Brick making is a very small factor, maybe 500,000 ton, not more than that, sir, today, as of today. Very small capacity. Because you have fly ash and other materials which are already there. Similarly, if you look at this SPL, about 40,000 tons we produce, sorry, 80,000 tons, I'm sorry. But the capacity to utilize this as a fuel or a raw material is more than 300,000 tons. And if you look at the hazardous waste, which we generate maybe 20,000 tons, we have opportunity to use more than 200,000 tons. So huge capacity is available, but what is required to be done? First, as Dr. Agnihotri was saying, it is not that everything can be done just like that. There's a lot of effort, stakeholder involvement is there. You need to develop the processes. I said waste has to get converted into resource. And therefore, there's R&D effort required. So you have to convert this red mud into a pozzolana material. It's possible. There are references, there are literature references, patents, there are a lot of work which is happening. If you go to China, if you go to Brazil, they have come to the pilot plant and semi-commercial levels today. So I'm not talking about just a brainstorm idea, but it's a proposition which is slowly getting into a commercial mode. Establish replacement potential of sand with red mud. There is a trial recently, there was a paper which was published in IBAS, wherein 20% replacement was seen as technically fully feasible. And the value, the strength, or whatever parameters that we look at of the concrete, they were all met, in fact, much better in terms of specifications. Large-scale utilization of SPL in clinker manufacture. Scientifically, it has to be done, because if you can't just put the SPL into cement kiln, it doesn't work. Because there is fluorine, there is cyanide, there is alkali. These are all poisons in the cement manufacture beyond a certain acceptable range. You need to understand the science of utilizing these materials. Once you do that, then you can use large quantities. Today, there are some cement plants who can use maybe 300, 400 tons per day. There are some who cannot use even 1 ton. So there is also a requirement of skill development in terms of how these materials needs to be utilized. Clarity on concerns of cyanide release. Cyanide does not release just like that. Whoever is from aluminum industry here, he will know cyanide is not released in their plants. Cyanide gets released only when there is an acidic environment. So all you need to do is, as a safety measure, don't have to worry about the cyanide concern. Maintain alkaline or neutral environment. Don't bring acidic environment. Implement a demonstration trial of utilizing SPL in CPP. It's possible. While we were trying to utilize hazardous waste in the cement kiln, we had the same difficulty. People were saying you are going to spoil the environment. But we have to do the trial. We have to understand what happens. Put controls while that is being done, then it works. And today, there are cement plants who are replacing more than 40% of their fuel with waste materials. And promote scientific uses of alumina industry, the hazardous waste of the aluminum industry into the cement manufacture. So if we do that, I'm sure for next 5 or 10 years, we don't have to worry about the waste which are generated in the aluminum industry at all. All will get utilized, and we will certainly be marching towards larger production of alumina without any cause of concern. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a hearty delight to be here on a very important topic, which is circular economy. I have been asked to speak about role of academia in integrating circular economy in the curriculum. So a good way to start would be to speak about the journey we have had. So I'm Dr. Sutapa Pati. I'm heading a school in Exim University. As all of us know, that Exim is, predominantly it is about management education. But in 2015, when SDG was adopted, a separate, fully dedicated, I think the first one in India, where exclusively for sustainability education, a department was set up. We all joined the program during that time. There are 4 programs that we have in our school. One is PhD in Sustainability Studies, 2 years full-time program in Sustainability Management, and 2 undergraduate program, which is BSc in Sustainable Development and BSc in Environmental Science. About other institutions which give similar education, we all know that environment management or environment sustainability has been well documented and evolved program. But sustainability management as an integrated concept, IIM Lucknow is another one which has been for quite some years there. We have if I talk about the sustainability management program, it's a 2 years full time where 65 credits are allocated to sustainability based courses. Now, talking about specific courses related to circular economy, I would like to talk about some of the courses that we teach. First one is sustainable consumption and production, which is aligned with SDG goal number 12. So starting from public procurement, which are sustainable based, all the labeling and reporting exercises. Second one is called as circular models and sustainable design, where we teach the students about the circularity aspects of different processes. Then we have a course called as process sustainability in OHS, which talks about process integrations, and last one which is the green facility management with sustainable energy. Talking about what challenges we have faced, between 2015 to 19, there were hardly any good cases documented from India, which could be taught at MBA level. There were 1 or 2, like Ambuja Cement was documented. So it was not very heartening to refer to cases from Harvard, which was, of international organizations. We wanted to, teach courses related to companies which were here surrounded near us. So that started the process of, identifying sectors with whom we would engage one-on-one. And 4 process-based industry which were hard to abate, we shortlisted was cement sector, then iron and steel, then from chemical industry we took fertilizer, and then we had aluminum. And thanks to the companies, I'll take the example of IFCO. IFCO opened up their complete unit. We all know it comes under major hazardous industry. But, they showed our students the complete process, the technical aspects, the process flows. And I remember teaching them half of the course and then taking them for a visit. And when we came back, the response was totally different. When you see H2SO4, the sulfuric acid plant, when you see ammonia which has boiling point, negative, from your own eyes, and you see the environment, sir was talking about acidic environment, when you see the ETPs with your own hand, the pH goes down to, when you see the demineralized plant, not as a process diagram, but actually where the process is getting formed, understanding that how many types of water are there, raw water, fresh water, surface water, DM water. So teaching them became easier. Today, as I stand, this is the 9th year. Next year is going to be 10 years of School of Sustainability. It gives me a lot of joy that all industries, very recently as January 20th, we visited one of the mining, chromite mines. We all know that 98% of chromite comes from Odisha. And one of my friends said, would they allow you inside to see, I said, I don't know. They have invited all our students and us. Let us see. And I must say, everywhere, wherever our students wanted to see, we saw the mining process, where it all starts. So, as a summarization, first point that I would want to make is that an initiative which we have just started, which is called as Circular Odisha. So, we are taking all industry and the complete value chain. Sir spoke about Red Mart, IFCO's gypsum. So, the total industry and what is happening. So till at the gate of industry, we know it is accounted for, the amount is accounted for, but what happens after that? So the whole Circular Odisha is going to document the complete, process flow. When we did a tie-up with IMMT, we signed an MOU. They said, we do very well the material study. We would want XIM's help for the managerial aspects. what do you do, the business model design, the value chain design. Another point which our alums kept on telling is circular materials, once it leaves the industry, the pricing is very chaotic. We need proper economies of unit pricing to be done. Then at MSME and SME sector, what is the willingness to pay? So even if an IIT would design a red mud brick, how the acceptance is going to happen with SME and MSME was another area. So bringing all of these gaps, we have started working on circular Odisha concept, and students have started research projects. They are visiting SMEs, MSMEs and industry at all levels so that we can map the flows. And recently I was in ICC where Sir was chairing. There also I requested whether we could form some group where we could bring out, at least at scale of the state level, circular Odisha whole design, where we could map these 4-5 industries which are hard to abate. Point number 2 is, EU, and especially steel sector, we know what is coming as far as CBAM is concerned. Reporting and training related to ESG would be an area which is left to discuss quite a lot. So in EU, we came to know that academic and research agencies and industry have come together for something called as Met for Tech. So they are mapping their circularity and the research and around that, whether we could form something, like that. Coming to my last point, which is related to, product and process designs. We are looking for specific, work, and development alternatives has come. IMMT is on board, IIT Bhubaneswar is on board with the topic of resource efficiency, where all the Sankey diagrams and flows of material and the collecting data. So, documenting best practices, documenting data from the industry is something that we are looking to teaching our students. This has been a wonderful journey, and I'm so happy that Odisha is the state where sustainability management is being discussed, because every 150 or 200 kilometers we have an industry to record, to study, and to work for. We also look for industry collaborations to give us more and more problem statements, where as teachers, as researchers, we could work for. With this, I would end my talk. And it's been a wonderful journey, and as we reach the 10th year, I'm looking forward to better teaching materials coming from industry, where we would like to document your best practices. We would like to help in any form of research, while industry helps us teach students and prepare alumni and students so who can go and work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think the speakers in my panel was quite honest and obedient, keeping their talk within time limit. So we can have questions now. Before that, let me share with you. While coming to Bhubaneswar from Nagpur, I came across an article which says. Sorry, it was not working. So while coming to this place, I came across an article which says predictions for 2024. I mean, there are lot many sectors, issues they had addressed there. Two which were quite interest to me, and somehow I tried to relate with this particular conference. One was India's GDP growth will surpass that of China in 2024. So that simply means our manufacturing sector is going to go ahead. There is going to be a boom in that. So what about our GHG? The question comes there. Second was related to this. All heat records will be broken in 2024. So is India going to contribute a lot there also? That again is a question mark. So I tried to relate this, and with that, maybe we can call upon the questions now. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I am Dhruvo Bhaduri from Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. Sir, I have a question which, if you kindly permit, is not very, very directly related to the theme of the conference and more particularly to the theme of the present session. But if you allow me, I want to ask, since the expert panelists are here, I'm taking the liberty of asking it. Sir, we are now often hearing about critical minerals, development of critical minerals, critical metals, and Government of India is very, very serious about it. And as we have taken a program, a policy of zero carbon emission within a particular time frame, I am really, I want to know your views, whether any of the critical minerals will substitute the present popular metals, or we will have to go on increasing efficiency of the present popular methods through waste management or hydrogen or liquefying coal, etc. This is just a thought I wanted to share.
This, I think, there are two different things. There is a base metal and there are critical minerals. So Government of India, yes, that's very true, is after critical minerals. At least I know Ministry of Mines, you say critical minerals, they'll catch you. They are. Yes, very true. Government of India is after critical minerals. There is a report by Ministry of Mines on critical minerals, and they have categorized 30 different minerals which come under this critical category, right? Which is need of the hour. The reason is we don't have much of the resources of those, and those critical minerals are must for the renewable conversion. So that is the only thing. We should not, mix the two things. The base metals, criticals are not going to replace them anywhere, anytime, and the either way also. So it's a critical minerals is required for our renewable programs, and we don't have those minerals. So there is a lot of concentration, a lot of efforts to bring them into picture. Something like lithium, cobalt, nickel, that is required. We don't have deposits also. So it's more through a recycling or different process which these minerals can be accumulated. So that's the whole process.
Sir, myself, Dr. Anup Malik. I'm Additional Chief Environmental Scientist and Regional Officer, Rourkela. Sir, everybody knows Rourkela is having many steel industries, mainly sponge iron industries, and more than 45 sponge iron industries are operating there. In addition, there are power plants also. Sir, there is a lot of generation of solid waste material. So there is highly needed circular economy. Sir, I have two questions. One is, what are the top challenges of the circular economy in India? And another question is, what are the social risks of circular economy, sir?
Uh, as far as the circular economy is concerned, the challenges are the economics part of it. Economics has to operate. If it is win-win, then the economic will start working. So both, there is in circular economy, there is a person who is giving and there is a person who is receiving. So both have to have win-win. And that win-win has to be created. If it cannot create through market forces, then it has to created through the policy methodologies. So that is something which is must, at least till the time, the market matures to the requirement. And the second thing is, what did you say about this one?
What are the risks of circular economy, social risk of circular economy, sir?
No, see, social risk, I don't think that, can be very generally talked about. Maybe madam can say something on that. I don't think that generally something can be talked about.
So thank you so much. I have born and brought up from Rourkela. So, the whole sponge iron, cluster and the issues are very close to our heart. And we, first point is circular economy, what gap we studied. As I told you, when you take a pen, the whole sector knows what is the economies of unit, where the material is coming from, how the flow is going to be. The issue with lot of circular materials, especially industry waste, byproducts or some of the industrial wastes as we define, the costing part is very challenging. People who are working in the circular economy, time and again in Indian context from field are saying, we do not have our freeze Excel sheet. That's what they term it. We don't know what the costing is. When your cement companies are mentioned that you make it, circular, the costing part, that is one. Second part is the next tire is not ready, the MSME and the SMEs. Today, we did a survey of all SMEs who are doing fly ash brick making. When you ask, so we did a simple exercise. Suppose red mud brick is all innovation products which will be in commercial in next 3-4 years. We collected those samples and we asked willingness to pay and willingness to take it up as a business. There was immediate, the response for fly ash was 8, 9 out of score of 10 because it was a particular target material which has gone down very well. The same journey is yet to happen for other products. And they were like, we don't know what it is, we are not sure, we don't know what the technology would be to use it as a next gen chain. So two very critical issues is process parameters identification and process economics of all those products. Second is your next tire, as sir said, who is going to accept readiness for that. For sponge iron, I think the core process only cleansing is required. We have not done. And hurriedly, we shut them down for some time and all, but the core integrated process in India, so a part of my journey was in, suppose a Japanese, I worked in Maruti Suzuki. So Tier 1 and Tier 2 was, you would almost walk into the factory and feel it's a Japanese company. As soon as we go to Tier 3 and 4 and beyond, the processes and systems are not in place. So a large part of circular economy is how do we make our Tier 3, Tier 4 ready to use those products and keep it in a high valued. So that is one. About CRM, geopolitics is going to be a big issue. When we see the map of CRM, sometimes 94% is in a particular country. So access to resources. So CRMs today, I think, is a wicked problem. Therefore, hurriedly, a lot of things, I think, geopolitically is happening, where whatever little we have to protect it at the highest value, which I think government has already, all governments are moving. Thank you so much.
I'll add to that. When it comes to waste utilization for circular economy, there are 3 challenges. Here also it's EQ. It's engineering, environment, and economics. Economics, it's a market driven. You cannot do anything about it. Red mud had certain percentage of iron, but the kind of fines we throw has more irons than what red mud has. Anyway, that's different. Unless we don't add environment costs to the waste, it's very difficult to find the economics, market dynamics in that to come into the picture.
Hello. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Sir, hi, sir. Here. Yes, sir. Yeah. Sir, my name is Suvendu Kumar Das. I am from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India Limited, sir. Sir, we have one concern, sir, where the circular economic is concerned and where the land development is concerned. I am talking about the land filling material. Sir, as you know, we have a lot of options where the utilization of fly ash and slag is concerned, where the to use as a land filling material, but we have no so options where the phosphogypsum is concerned, as it is very acidic in nature, and there is some chances in the leaching. Sir, during February 2023, we have came across one news, sir, in media. NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, they are exploring to use phosphogypsum by neutralizing the neutralize the material and used it as a raw material for road construction. Sir, from industrial point of view, I want to know, and we are exploring also. Sir, what are the chances, and can you use phosphogypsum as a landfilling material instead of sand or fly ash or slag? That's my question. And I am requesting my friend, Mr. Samdot Deha, he has some queries with respect to red mud, and we'll add a question after that gypsum, please.
Yeah. You know, as far as, I think, let me finish this phosphogypsum part. Phosphogypsum basically has the contamination of H3PO4 mainly, you know, which is a cause of concern and is leachable. And that is where the problem comes. Also, if this phosphogypsum is when it is prepared, it also has got some other contamination, which is from the process point of view. So, as such, if we are considering to use it as a landfill material, I feel, you know, there will be difficulties unless you do the leachability studies or stabilize it with something and then undertake that particular activity, it is workable. But, you know, I have utilized phosphogypsum substantial quantity in cement manufacture, but for that, we had to activate that. If you calcine it at about 300, 350 degrees, then this, the S3PO4 and other ingredients which are there, they get sort of embedded and non-leachable. And then you can feed it into the cement manufacture. And it was very successfully done. And in many parts, it happens also today. So I don't know why you have not been able to do it. Maybe you should look at it.
Yeah, sir, again.
Just one thing I'd like to add to that. When you talk about circular economy, you have to get rid of the landfill and you have to get rid of the end-of-life products. That is what circular economy stands for.
Yeah, sir, this is in continuation of earlier questions only, because in your presentation you have shown red mud is being used as a replacement of sand. So do we have any strong use case available in the industry?
No, as I said, that these are all technology development stages. Because if you look at the BIS for sand, there is a component which is more or less aligned with the particle size distribution that the red mud has got. Also, the chemistry, where it is able to provide the necessary, hydration and other properties which are required. So, therefore, to some extent, when you replace it, there is the advantage, and it is able to replace that sand part of it. There was a study which was done recently. I saw that in one of the papers which was published in IBAS, as I said. Maybe you can just go to IBAS website and study that. You will get some inputs on that, exactly how it is being done. But this is for India. I'm saying globally, a lot of work which is happening on this particular subject, and a lot of research initiatives are there. There are patented information also, so it only indicates that there is a vast potential. Nothing is ready as of now.
Just in case there are no more questions, so we can end this session. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed chairperson. Thank you, speakers. May I request from the host team, Shri Niranjan Malik, our chief environmental scientist, to please join us on stage and present tokens of gratitude. Can we have a round of applause for the session? That was thoroughly informative. We cannot thank our esteemed chairperson and both the speakers enough for adding so much life to this session, full of information, and of course those ideas and sharing of perspective made it all the more interactive. And thank you, House, for those pertinent questions. Says a lot about how involved the delegates are in this national conference. We are presenting traditional uttariyas and a traditional heritage of ours, Konark Chakra, that Odisha is known for, the wheel of time, that says our time has come. May this tiny piece of love from our side remind the dignitaries of this wonderful platform. Thank you so much, Dr. Agnihotri, Shri Parikar, and Dr. Pati. It's been wonderful having so many thought leaders, change makers together in many sessions since morning, making the day bright, beautiful, and absolutely insightful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shri Malik, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a special announcement regarding those of you who want to take a tour to the heritage sites. May I request Prushti sir to please join us on stage and do the honor of making the necessary announcements.
Good afternoon to all. Hope the sessions are quite enjoyable in addition to learning. As mentioned in the program schedule, we have made arrangements for local tour to Lingaraj temple and Khandagiri, Udayagiri also, if time permits. So, it's a important point is that by 7:30 we have to assemble here only in the pool side. The poolside dinner with musical night is there. Certainly, we will enjoy a unique music here, not conventional to what we see at other places. So, I request all of you to be kind enough to be present in time. It has to start sharp by 7:30. So, kindly make it sure that we reach there all without making any delay. So, anybody who is desirous of visiting the local touring spots, the bus is arranged outside and they can start after having some tea here. Thank you all. But before we disperse, I can put a single word that tomorrow the session starts sharp 8:10 o'clock. We can't afford to delay in any way because there are back-to-back 6 technical sessions followed by the valedictory session. So all total 7 sessions are there. So not like today. Unlike today, we have to strictly stick to the time for all the sessions. Thank you all. So we'll be meeting at 7:30 sharp in the pool site for our gala dinner. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for your participation in making the first day of this conference so vibrant. Enjoy your evening. See you tomorrow for the first session. Thank you. Namaskar.